I miss it at home. I'm from home for a funeral. I'm not sure whether we are going to get it or not. This is the first time that I must use the phone. I've been struggling. I reported to Jabu. So today I'm using the phone, which I'll never ever use the phone. This is my first time. I'm not sure whether I'm going to do well. Honorable members, my apology, sincere apology. And I'm hearing some, they are laughing at me. Maybe those who are aware that I'm having a problem, they are laughing at me. Let me take this opportunity to greet you all, honorable members. We've been away, but we've been working as usual. As I'm saying that I left or I missed my iPad at home because whenever we are going, virtual meetings are being called. Let me take this opportunity to say I would like to open this meeting on our Freedom Month. We remember the heroes and heroines of our country who took on the brutal system of apartheid, of which many lost their lives by the brutal apartheid, and in order that we must get this fruits of freedom, freedom as which we are in. But also this month we must also remember, or it's a month that we are remembering one of the youngest member of South Africa, which was Solomon Mahlangu, who was the youth of the ruling party. We cannot mention that this is the month also together with the leader called Chris Hani, who were both eliminated by those who were having rights of doing whatever they like. They can hang you, they can kill you. Let's remember them. But also I'm suspecting that as we are coming nearer for our I'm honorable members. You didn't see me. I must not always on the picture because the load shedding it doesn't allow us. Are you not seeing me now? Honorable Matlingos, where is he now?
You are very presentable, Chair. Yes, you are very presentable. No, continue, Chair. You are very presentable.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Matlingos. If you didn't see me, you have got a right to say, don't see me. Here am I. So I was saying that may the souls of our leaders of then rest in peace, were enjoying this fruit of freedom because of themselves. Also, honorable members, the month that we are looking at is not only the netball that is going to be in our country. We are hosting so many things in this country of ours. I'm suspecting as we've started now this term, every now and then we'll be calling those who are responsible to come and brief us. Also, honorable members, whilst I can't see who's in here, but I was aware that today our minister is going to be with us, hoping that he is with us. Pardon that, whilst they are going to present, I'll be trying to check everything in the phone because I'm used to the iPad. We've seen you, Honorable Minister. We've been all over the country. I'm sure, because there's a sports department, this department consists of sports, arts and culture. I'm wondering, when are you going to finish this big department? But I'm suspecting that, to me, this is a very good start, that you must hear, you must engage, in order that when we are coming even to the meeting with them, and whilst we've been with them, you get from their horse's mouth, hoping that they can tell you the truth, and then you will compare what they are saying to you when you are coming to us as the committee that we've been with them. But we do welcome you, Honorable Minister, and we are hoping that as we are preparing all these events, especially starting from this month, Program of Parliament allowed us, will love to be with you, even if it means that we must be on the ground before the day of event. But surely, Honorable Minister, the role of us as committee members doing the oversight now, unfortunately, this month, as we have called you as a department, we wanted to get all those entities whom you give money as a department to come and account, as now is the time that we must debate those budget votes. And those budget votes made us not to do so many things. We're supposed to be on the oversight, but whilst the oversight was agreed upon, and we were expecting that some of your staff must be with us on the ground, but there comes the change of the programming. On that change of the programming, it means that we must do what we're starting to do today, in order that we must go and debate, in order that we must accept or reject a budget vote. So unfortunately, maybe some invitations we won't honor them, but it doesn't mean that we must not be invited. On those words, honorable members, can I say that the meeting now has been opened, and I wanted to start with our department, that they must tell who is present. I will be assisted during the chairing by Ujabu if some things I don't see it. But fortunately, this is the agenda on the chart. Can I check who is leading a department today?
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm hoping my video is on. I am Dr. Stella Khumalo. I am the Acting Director General in the department. I'm leading the team on the side of administration, as you have noted.
Doctor, Honorable Mhlongo's hand is up. I don't know whether I'm out of order or you are out of order, but we'll hear from himself. Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, for procedure's sake, we have to adopt the agenda. We didn't adopt the agenda.
No, we're not yet there. Leave me to do what I want to do.
It's not procedural. We cannot, it's not procedural. On the agenda, it says welcome. Before you welcome, there must be adoption of the agenda. And now it's not procedural.
Honorable Mhlongo, it's welcome, introduction, apologies, and adoption. Please.
No, there's not that agenda doesn't say that. Here, it's here. I'm on the agenda now. It doesn't say that. Maybe procedure, you must do your work first. The agenda doesn't say that.
No, don't start like that. The agenda, welcome, introduction, apologies, and adoption. Don't try, please. Don't
What am I
try
to
to do that. Don't try to do that, Honorable Mhlongo. This is agenda, and this is not the first time that the agenda is like this. Please, Honorable Mhlongo, I want introductions. Who is here, who's not here? Acting DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was then indicating that, as you have acknowledged, we are led by our minister and the deputy minister who are present in the meeting. On the side of the officials, they are the deputy director generals present in the meeting, who has been able to connect already, is DDG Chikwatamba for corporate services, and also the acting deputy director general, Ivan Langefeld, within the Heritage Promotion and Preservation branch. The DDG Ndima is currently on leave, Chairperson. DDG Sumaya Khan for sport would be joining the meeting. He just had some technical challenges, but she would be in the meeting. Apart from the DDG's Chairperson, we do have the acting chief director for strategy, monitoring and evaluation, Manasseh Makwela. We also have the chief financial officer, Israel Mukwane. We also have got officials from the office of the DG director, Mr. Ramalepe, together with Lodwick, and also from the office of the deputy minister, Mr. Watani. I do believe that those are the officials. Okay, I do have the PLO from the office of the minister present also here, Mr. Masha. I hope I've covered every other official that is in the meeting, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Acting DG. Can Jabu tell us whether all members are here, or do you have apologies? Oh, there you go.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members. We have no apologies for today, Chair. Thank you. Chairperson. Chairperson. I'm not sure if we've lost the chairperson or if I'm audible.
I don't want to start, Jabu. Yes, she's not here.
I can't hear anything also. What is the chairperson?
Let me look for the chair. I'm not sure if she's still in the meeting or.
Jabu,
Yes,
Jabu,
Mr. Prongo.
procedurally, we cannot wait for the chair. You know what to follow. The
No, I know what to
has
do,
an
Mr.
option, please. I don't want
Yes,
to start, but we are wasting our time. We're here to work.
The chairperson.
No,
is
Jabu, try to
in the
call her
meeting.
if you don't find her, and then
She just
we'll
joined the
nominate
meeting,
another person.
She's just joined the meeting again, Mr. Mawabo.
Okay.
We can't this morning be so in a hurry that we can't give the chairperson a few minutes to correct a network. Please, no, members. It's really unfair.
Jabu?
The chairperson just joined the meeting. I don't know if it's her audio now because she's in the meeting. I just allowed her in the meeting right now. But I'm not sure if my colleagues can assist me and just check if she's on the platform here. So don't let it because I can't open this thing while I'm sharing this screen.
No, she's not, Jabu.
Okay,
She's
members,
not
members, since the chairperson has been kicked off the platform, according to the rules of parliament, can we please allow the voting of the chairperson to take place, members? We do have a quorum to continue with the nominations. I think I see 3 hands raised. Mr. Mhlongo and Mamu Adams.
It's an old hand, Chabu. Apologies.
It's an old hand. Okay.
Thank you, Jabu. Jabu, can I propose?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I propose that member Zondi for now take the chair responsibilities until she is available. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a seconder for Mr. Zondi?
Yeah, Mama Wulo seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Mamabulo. Mr. Zondi, I thought I saw your hand up.
Yes, no, I
Oh.
was raising my hand so that I can assist. I had another name, but since I will not have the second, I don't have a problem on standing in for the chairperson.
Okay.
Where were we?
Okay, can I quickly hold on, Mr. Zondi, please, for me? Is there another nomination for names? There are no other nominations. In the absence of no other nominations, Mr. Zondi, are you accepting the nomination to act
Yes,
as
I
chairperson?
do.
Okay,
I do.
thank you.
Honorable
Thank you.
members,
Thank you, Mr.
honorable members. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, in the Twabas and this office that can assist with this network.
Okay,
So
this is our nominator, acting chairperson, to take over by network chairperson. There's a nomination for Mr.
no,
Zondi.
I don't think it. I don't think now it's going to this network trouble with me. Just when you, Honorable Adams and the rest were talking, I was walking to the office that I can get the network properly. I'm in now.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Zondi. Thank you, members.
Thank you to all honorable members, and my apology about the problem. I was just kicked off, and then I tried to get the key for this Office of Public Works, which is not next to the tree that is always troubling me. I'm in the office now. I'm not sure where were you now. Can Jabu tell me, is it not the time that now the department must table?
No, Chair, we have not adopted the agenda yet, Chairperson.
Okay. Is it the time that I must ask honorable members to adopt the agenda?
Yes, Chairperson.
Can honorable members do so?
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable
Chairperson.
Mhlongo.
Thanks, Chair.
Just a moment, Honorable Mhlongo's hand first, and you'll follow Honorable Adams.
Yeah. Chairperson, thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, Minister and department officials, all protocol observed. Chair, I'm amending the program as the item, I'll call it item number 2. There are no numbers between 12:30 and 12:40. Consideration and adoption of the draft second term committee program. Can I ask us to put it aside, not today, because we forwarded proposals and suggestions and are not here, because it will take us some time for us to consider this, the second term program. That is my suggestion, but we'll continue with tomorrow's program and then deal with it in the morning. The Boxing South Africa can come tomorrow as agreed, but I'm proposing let's put it on hold for today's agenda, item number 2. I'll call it item number 2, Chair, because there are no numbers here.
And before the support of what, can I raise that this draft agenda was circulated to the members? I'm suspecting the members, they do have right, as some of you honorable members, especially Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Dennis, you usually call the office through the secretariat. So I do hear, but I must tell and raise that you always, when you want something that it must be done, call the office. Honorable members, this is the proposal of Honorable Mhlongo. I'm still seeing the hand of Honorable Mhlongo. If you can lower the hand in order that I must see another hand. I was noting then Honorable Adams.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, as you have mentioned now, normally the processes that we have to follow, I will not agree with Honorable Mhlongo. We are here on this agenda, and my proposal will be that we moved for the adoption of the agenda. I thank you.
Any other hand that will assist me? Any other hand?
Yes, Chair, there's Uta to Joseph, no, Mamo van Dijk. The minister's hand has been up, I'm not sure. But okay,
Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
My hand has been up. I don't know if you can see.
Now
this is a new gadget. Yes, no,
Minister,
my hand
please,
was up.
It must remain here, this problem of new gadget.
No, thanks, Chair.
Your hand and I see your face, Honorable Minister.
No, my hand was up earlier, just before you got disconnected when we were dealing with apologies. There is a matter that, unfortunately, beyond my my control, that I have to be in Cape Town by 5 o'clock this afternoon, meaning I have to apologize from this meeting at 12 noon to the meeting, to be early for that meeting in Cape Town this afternoon, as we're preparing for the 100 days launch tomorrow in Cape Town. Thank you, Chairperson. But the Deputy Minister will remain with you.
Yes, thank you. We've been seeing you working together as a team. So if you're having a problem, if Deputy Minister remain behind, we'll be happy. We do understand. We've seen that invitation. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to join you, ministry, because tomorrow, as you have seen the agenda, that we're going to have another meeting. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Adams, you are saying you are not accepting the proposal by Honorable Mhlongo, and you do move for an adoption of the agenda. Jabu, I'm just seeing my Honorable Minister in this chat with him with a traditional nice shirt. I don't see any other hand.
It's Mr. Joseph, Ms. van Dijk, Mr. Zondi, no, Mamu Malumani, Chair, in that order.
Honorable Dennis Joseph.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to all. I just wanted to bring the point up about the proposal made by Member Sepo. And I think we have given, myself and Member Veronica have given our points for the program for the term that should be included. So I think when we get to, I think that's why Member Sepo raised it. He was concerned that if we accept the agenda, then the whole term program for the whole term will go through. but it may not necessarily be so. I think if we discuss it at a later stage, the point number 2, as you said, then we will definitely raise suggestions as what we think should come on the program for the remainder of the term. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Seemingly you are not objecting of that we must adopt the agenda, because when we get to the agenda item of adoption, it's where we can engage with it. But the democracy is one other thing. We're not yet there in the program, but Honorable Mhlongo was having a right to say that. But what I'm expecting and expected then is what we are saying, Honorable Dennis, when we get to the agenda, we'll do so. Any seconder or Honorable Van Dijk,
Morning, Chair. Yes, I just want to concur with what Honourable Joseph said, and I think he raised what was my concern too, because I personally also put forward suggestions for the program, and I don't see any of that reflecting on the program. So I don't have a problem with the program, the adoption. But then we need to discuss the program as such when we get to that point and maybe take in consideration our points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Malomane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to honorable members, our staff, our minister, deputy minister, and the departmental staff. Chair, I want to second that we adopt the agenda as presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The agenda has been adopted. Can now give the leader of the department, which is our minister, and he is going to tell us who's going to present, who's going to do what. To you, Honorable Minister Zizi Kodwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Once more, good morning to you and good morning to members of the committee. As indicated earlier, the department is led by the acting DG, Dr. Stella Cynthia Khumalo, and a number of DGs that represent various branches of the department, with the Mr. Ndima, who's on leave. With your permission, we will request the acting DG to lead the presentation, followed by the CFO. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable
I was
Minister.
looking forward to be part of this meeting in person in Cape Town.
They've tried, Honorable Minister, as this committee, because of this problem of load shedding, I'm suspecting at 10, where am I? The load shedding is going to appear, but with me in my house, there's a big tree. Even if the load shedding is not there, is troubling that house. But I've asked the secretariat, but they were saying that they don't get slot because of few offices that we can meet, because of what it has been challenges from my side, Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Van Dijk, Honorable Dennis. I can mention Honorable Malomane, Honorable Boy, Mamabulo. Most of the time, the load shedding does affect us, but the problem is that we've been trying to have a physical meeting, but we don't get it, as we've seen that in our program, which is going to present it, which is in your offices, all are as virtual. And when I was asking why all in virtual, they were saying that they didn't get slots. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And then acting DG, good morning, DM. Acting DG.
Morning, Chair. I'm glad that your issue has been resolved, at least you, and I can see you very nicely. Don't worry about that tree. That tree is trying to sabotage you. Don't worry about it.
I've just run away from that tree. I'm somewhere now. I was walking. Thank you so much, my DM. Acting Chief.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And good morning once again, Deputy Minister, Deputy and members. We will take you through its two presentation. We will take you through the second quarter performance report.
Chairperson, apology,
Yes.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Mhlongo.
I apologize, Dr. Kumalo, I apologize. Chair, I wanted, just for housekeeping, I wanted to find out, since the minister is going to leave us early, will we engage with the minister before we leave? It's a request, please, Chair. Thank you very much. Before he leaves
We
at
can.
12.
Yes, we can if we allow the flowing of presentation. So if honorable members are raising question directed to minister, but I'm suspecting that other question, you can think that is directed to the minister, but the minister will also going to give to the collective. We don't have any problem with that, but the problem now, we must allow, and because the presentation has been with us, and that the acting DG, they must talk to their presentation. If you can allow them to do that, if you want that, minister must have a bite, but we must not forget that we have ministry. If minister is not here, DM is going to do what and a minister was going to do. We are going to allow that. DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are starting with the second quarter performance report that is reflective of the work that was done by the end of September 2022. If we go to the next slide, please, which summarizes our presentation approach. I would not necessarily, with your permission, Chairperson, read through the reports, but I would be highlighting we did submit our report as required by the 14th of April, Chairperson. So just moving on to the next slide, the purpose of the presentation is to take through the members of the portfolio committee through the performance of the department as of the end of the second quarter, as I have indicated, so that the committee can then play its oversight responsibilities. Next slide. We are also just outlining, Chairperson, allow me not to read through this particular part, just recapping on what the department's mandate is, and just putting it into perspective in terms of the role and the responsibility that we have as a department to lead and create an enabling environment in as far as the industries that we service. So I would then now go to the next slide that begins to talk to the performance. The next slide, please. So overall, Chairperson, by the end of September 2022, the department, out of the 28 targets that were due for reporting in that particular quarter, we had achieved 89%, that translates to 25. And we did not achieve against 3 targets, which translates to a percentage of 11. That is 11%. I will then go into the detail of the performance, which is summarized in that previous slide. The 3 targets that we are talking to, Chairperson, the first one falls under Program 1, which is the number of Izimbizos that were supposed to be held. When we go to the slide, we will give indication of the reasons for failing to achieve against that. Same thing would apply when we go to Program 3. You will note that Program 2 managed to achieve 100%, Chairperson. Program 3 failed to achieve 1 target during that quarter of reporting, which is the number of moral regeneration projects, and Program 4 failed against the number of students that were awarded the heritage bursaries. In each one, Chairperson, I would then also highlight the reasons for those failures. If we could please move then to the specific performance of the programs. This particular program, which is program 1, covers ministry management, strategic management and planning, corporate services, office of the chief financial officer, and also the office accommodation units. I would not, let's go please to the next slide. I would not then read back to the members what the program focuses on, but also if you look at the next slide, this is where we talk about those summarized target performance that I was referring to. We can then move on to the specifics. Not sure whether it's Lodwig who's assisting me. Chairperson, in terms of program 1, there are several performance indicators, and some of them were not due for reporting during that particular reporting period. For instance, the interns that were enrolled against funded posts, the prioritized manual services that was modernized. Next slide. The number of awareness campaigns activated to profile the work of the department was also not due for reporting. The performance indicator 1.4, which is the number of Izimbizos, we were supposed to deliver fully on 3 targets during the second quarter, Chairperson. I will need to indicate to yourself and the members that we did manage to hold 4 Izimbizos. However, the reasons for reporting non-achievement there, because upon the analysis of the adequacy of the supporting evidence, we found that there was inadequate portfolio of evidence. So while there were 4 Izimbizos, we then were able we were not able to declare this one as achieved because of those reasons. Next slide. These particular ones that are in green are those that were achieved: percentage of invoices paid within 30 days, percentage of councils or boards that are fully constituted. Let us move on, please. I am now moving from program 1 to program 2, again summarizing. This is the program that is referred to as the Recreation, Development and Sport Promotion in terms of its focus. And it has got 3 sub-programs, which is the Winning Nation, the Active Nation, and the infrastructure support. I won't go into the description. Let us go to the next slide. That is still the description. Let's go on. So the performance, Chairperson, set at 100% for this particular program, which is against the 8 targets that they were set to deliver against. They managed to deliver against all of them. Let us move on. This particular next few slides will then give detail around the performance in terms of those particular targets. You will note, Chairperson, that when you look at our actual achievement, we do also give indication of numbers or of number of beneficiaries where applicable. Case in point will be the number of athletes supported through scientific support programs, the number of athletes supported by the sports academies. All of those we were able to overachieve, and the reasons for deviation are provided in each and every one of the slide. Let's go on to the next one, please. We're still on program 2, national federations, the percentage thereof in terms of meetings, 50% or more of all prescribed charter transformation targets. This was not due for reporting, Chair. Number of people actively participating in organized sport and active recreation events. We also did manage to reach above the target of 90,000 that was set for the second quarter. Next slide. The reason for division is provided. The 2 that are reflecting right now, Chairperson, Not sure whether it's from, I'm just getting a bit of a noise interference, Chairperson. I hope it's not coming from my side, but let me then come on, go on. The two that we are reflecting on this slide is the number of sport and recreation promotion campaigns and events, and the number of schools, hubs, and clubs provided with equipment and attire attire as per the established norms and standards. Again, against these two, the target set we did achieve, Chair. Next slide. Number of learners at National School Sport Championships per year, number of learners participating at the district school sport tournaments during Q2, all of those were achieved, and the figures are indicated with the reasons for deviation because the figures are sitting above the set target. Next slide. Again, the information is provided in terms of the number of municipalities provided with technical management support during construction, which was achieved above, overachieved above target. The number of community outdoor gyms and children's play parks constructed, the number of heritage legacy facilities, including resistance and liberation heritage route developed or maintained to transform the national heritage landscape. Those two were not due for reporting during the second quarter. Let's go on. We are now moving on to program 3. Program 3 is referred to as the Arts, Culture, Promotion and Development. It covers the area of national language services, cultural and creative industries development, international cooperation, social cohesion and nation building, and the Mzansi Golden Economy. If we move on to the next slide, that is where we get the description of each and every one of these sub-programs. And as indicated, allow me not to read through those descriptions. If we can please move on then to the performance. The performance for program 3 set at 89%, wherein they had 9 targets that they needed to achieve, but managed to achieve 8 and did not achieve 1 of those 9 targets. If we then move to the specifics, we will then see that the number of multi-year human language technologies project that is supporting was not due for reporting during the second quarter. Percentage of official documents received and translated were fully delivered against. If we move on to the next slide, again, it's the number of bursaries awarded per year for the development of qualified language practitioners not due for reporting, and the number of local and international market access platforms supported, which was achieved. Let us move on. These two were not due for reporting, Chair, capacity building projects together with the provincial community arts development programs. The number of youth-focused arts development programs, target was 1 and it was achieved. Number of gender-based violence and femicide initiatives that are financially supported was not due for reporting. Next slide. Number of international engagements coordinated was overachieved and the reasons have been provided. Next slide. This is the target, the 1 out of 9 that I was giving indication to earlier on that was not achieved, which is the number of moral regeneration projects supported by government. Here, Chairperson, the target for the second quarter was 4 of those projects: ethical leadership, charter of positive values, anti-femicide and GBV, and the youth month dialogue. It is indicated that the unit failed to achieve against these 4 targets. The reason for deviation is as followed. The planned financial support was made outside the reporting period stipulated in the signed MOA. And also because of the delays in reporting compliance by the moral regeneration movement organization that's working with the department. Corrective action is further engagement with the organization to impress upon them the need to submit the reports well in time to enable the department to process payments before the end of each quarter. If we go to the next slide, please. It then gives the indication of achievement against the community conversation dialogue. Next slide. And also the next slide gives indication to achievement against the number of advocacy platforms on social cohesion implemented by our social cohesion advocates, which managed to do several of those advocacy platforms as indicated in the report. If we go to the next slide, we will then also note two that were not due for reporting, which is the number of monitoring reports on the implementation of the social compact for social cohesion and nation building, and also the projects through which target groups are supported. Chairperson, I don't know whether you want to request a honorable members to mute, please, because I think that background interference is coming from that end. But I will proceed. The number of national days celebrated that was achieved against the set target. If we go on to the next slide, thank you, Honorable Member. The number of projects in the creative industry supported through the Mzansi Golden Economy was 11, and that number indicates that that was overachieved, and there is a reason for deviation that has been provided. If you go on to the next slide, it indicates 3 performance indicators that were not due for reporting: the number of artists placed in schools, the number of reports produced by SACCO, together with the number of films, documentaries supported to tell stories of the history of the liberation, cultural and heritage. If you go now to program 4, Program 4 is the Heritage Promotion and Preservation. Chairperson, it covers heritage promotion as the sub-programs, the National Archive Services, together with the Public Library Services. Again, I would request that I don't read the descriptions. If we move then to the performance. There were 8 targets that were being delivered against in the second quarter. The program managed to deliver on 7 of them and did not achieve 1 of those targets. We then go to the specifics. The specifics in as far as program 4 are concerned is the one that was not achieved is the number of students awarded with heritage bursaries. In this particular case, Chair, the set target was 45. And there were no students that were awarded heritage bursaries during this period. And the reason is as follows. In the year 2022-23 financial year, this particular year was the first time that the department implemented the heritage bursaries through a 3-year memorandum of agreement with the universities. So there were several delays that we then experienced in finalizing the compliance documentation. Hence, we couldn't process any of the payments as a result. However, we need to report that the department is following up regularly with the universities to expedite the signing of the MOAs. That is what we were doing at that particular time, Chairperson. But you will see later on that when you look at the upcoming quarters, this matter has actually been dealt with. All complying universities were to be paid by the 30th of November in terms of that report. Number of books documenting living human treasures was not due for reporting. Next slide. Number of public awareness activations on the I Am the Flag campaign, the number of flags provided to schools, the number of workshops hosted to advance knowledge of the national, can't see the bottom there, apologies, national symbols, all of those were achieved. And the report gives indication of the actual figures in terms of the number of those activations, flags and workshops that we managed to deliver upon. Reasons for deviation are provided. If we move on to this next slide, the number of heritage legacy projects where exhibition content was not due for reporting. Number of progress report on resistance and liberation heritage report was achieved. the report was received and analyzed. Number of records, which is the last one, number of records digitized. This one, we also managed to achieve against it in terms of the digitization of records, and we are reporting on figures as indicated, Chairperson. If you go on to the next slide, number of libraries financially supported per year, and the number of gazettes notices on standardized geographical names published. Again, the program did manage to achieve against both of these targets. Next slide. We will now move on to the financial performance and also try and summarize the performance as of the end of September. Chairperson, through you, the Chief Financial Officer would lead on this part of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Acting DG. Do so, Chief Officer.
Good morning. Thanks, Chairperson, and good morning, Honorable Chair. Honorable,
You pick up and then you switch it off.
Sorry. Can you see me, Honorable Chair?
We do.
Okay, no, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll be doing the expenditure for the Q2. Next slide. Next slide. The overall departmental expenditure, Chair, at the Q2, we're sitting at around 2.8 billion, which is about 44%, and against the target of 51%. For that quarter, we underspent by 6.9%, which is about 433 million. Major part of that under expenditure is your composition of employees. On the composition of employees, the spending was around 169, which was 45%, which was supposed to be at 50% by end of September. So we did underspend by about 18.3 million, which is about 4.9%, which is 5% in general. One of the reasons is the high volume of vacancy rates, Chair. But what we have done also as a department, we have done a lot of filling of posts, but the problem is that those posts, as we fill them, there also be internal promotion on that basis. Then it also reduces, then it does not literally add now to the value of reducing the number of posts that are vacant, because as you fill another post, the other one become vacant. But additional to that, we have also tried to bring contract workers just to make sure that at least we create employment in the meantime when we are still trying to finalize the full capacity of the department. Goods and services, Chair, we have spent at 314, which is about 47.1%. And then there was an under expenditure of 10.8, which is 1.6%. And the reason of that is during, as in the second quarter also, there was still that moratorium that we need to do an application to Treasury if you want to procure anything that is above 30,000. But the spending on the third quarter did improve. Next slide. Province to municipality, Chair, they were on target. That is basically the transfer in terms of two conditional grant, which is your library grant and the sports grant. And on a departmental agency, we did an under expenditure of about 13.6%. And that is a result of the condition that Treasury put in terms of PSP3, Presidential Demolition Package, that before the money can be transferred to entity, all the process must have been approved, meaning the beneficiary must be approved. And it also takes about 2 weeks to create that item on the bus system, Chair. Next slide. And next slide. One of the things that also we didn't do well is on the higher education institution, the transfer that we paid. There the expenditure was 5.2 million, and then we targeted about 7.4 million, and then there was a 23% under expenditure, and that it was delay in terms of those university that we are supposed to sign MOUs with, and then the memorandum of understanding was not signed, hence we could not able to make that in the second quarter. Next slide. This one is on Tiger Chairs, your foreign governance international. I'm not going to touch that. Next slide. This one also, Chair, it was an expenditure of about 16 million, which is 51.5% against the target of 7.4. And that also is the delay in school submitting the bursary support that the department is doing. Next slide. That one is on the institution that we also give money based on the MGE and CCID. The target there, Chair, was 154 million, and then which is about 41%. Instead, we spent 82%, which is 119 million. And then the reason as follows: for in case we didn't make a payment to a Lifeline because they have not yet accounted for the previous tranches that we made to them for the previous financial year. So hence, then the payment could not be made. Next slide. Non-profit organization, Chair. There is a projection that the Northern Cape regarding the upgrade of public space that was supposed to be done also by Public Works Chair. Because of that reliance, the project could not able to go out of the ground because of the negotiation that we have with the Public Works as our implementing agent to able to implement that project. But the signed MOU, because there was concerns in the side of the department, especially from the invoice point of view. And then there was that time the MOU was still being negotiated with the Public Works. And machinery and equipment, there was about 49%, which is about 50% that was not spent, but that was due to the issue of the delivery. The product come from overseas, so there was a timing difference there. That is why we could not able to make that payment, because the target was that we must make the payment by end of September. Next slide. In general, Chair, on the heritage side, there is also a serious issue there concerning the infrastructure project, the JL Dube Sarbatman and National Archives. But there was a discussion in the previous, in last year, Chair, to try to make sure that this project get resuscitated, and then we sign also the new terms of reference and also the MOU with Public Works in terms of now to co-manage this project, because the project has been long been there. They were supposed to be finished at the stage, Chair, but to date nothing has happened. So that is why then the reason for us not able to pay the amount of about 231 million, Chair. But if you go to the fourth quarter, that issue was resolved, and then we managed to pay some of those amount. Next slide. This is now the summary level of the department. If you look at the program level, the administration budget is overspending because we're sitting at 61% instead of 50%. And the main reason there, Chair, is on your accommodation. There was an increase from the side of Public Works in terms of government buildings, and that increase never been factored in terms of the baseline of the budget of the department. So the shortfall of about 38 million has been there with us even in the previous financial year. So what we normally do, we then wait for the savings on other items, then we are able to cap that over expenditure. On the sports grant, on the development, recreation developments, sports promotion, One of the things that we didn't do there, like I was saying, federation, some of the federation, like for in case Lifeline could not be paid, and that is the main reason why the 93 million was not spent. And then we go to on arts and culture. The reason of that 351 is basically most of it is based on the PSP because of the condition that I already said, that in terms of treasury, before they want us to transfer the money to the entities, they want the full process to be approved, and knowing exactly how many beneficiaries has been approved, then only then they will do the item creation, and that also take another 2 weeks. So, but in the next financial year, Chair, we have now put the plans in the way that we account for those delays of 2 weeks, and the level that before we can pay anything, beneficiary must be approved. Hence, also most of those entities already have advertised the program and beneficiary already submitted, so that as we start the new financial year, we can able to meet the target, Chair. On the heritage side, the 26 million that is there, the main one there, it was on the National Library and non-compliance part on the side of the National Library South Africa. They could not account 100% of the expenditure that was given to them, hence that under expenditure, and also additional to that, in that 433 million, you've got also compensation of employees. And next slide. That is the overview of your economic classification. Your composition of employees, we have about 18 million that is already being explained. That is because we do fill the post, but because we've got internal promotion, then you still can't able to show that then that you are moving that speed. And goods and services, the reason why is 10 million, there is that over expenditure under program 1, that is under office accommodation, hence that over that under expenditure. But if we didn't have lower budget, there will be a higher amount. I've already explained provinces and municipalities, that is your conditional grant, departmental agency, that is PSP. Next slide. And then, Chair, in the nutshell, I've already addressed the payment of the capital asset, including your heritage asset. That the reason why we underspend there is because of the issue of the MOE that we said that the previous memorandum of understanding with the Department of Public Works, which has now been revised to make sure that we can able to pay invoices. Because what you are saying is that additional to what Public Works must give when they invoice us is progress report on project and the actual work that has been claimed. Thanks, Chair. I'll stop here. The other slide is the breakdown of your program to the lower level. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now, Acting DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. We would now then take the committee through Q3 performance report. Chair, we will also try our best here not to take too much of your time, because I would not be repeating and talking much to the achieved target. So if you look at our performance, Chair, just pass this page and pass the page about the purpose and mandate, please. If you can just go to the performance, I'll focus on the performance itself. The overall performance, we reported that in the first presentation, Chair, that we had 28 targets and we achieved 25 out of those. In Q3, end of December 2022, we had 29 targets that we had to achieve against, and we managed to achieve 23 of those, with 6 targets not achieved. We will then give a breakdown in the next slide of those 3 targets. If you look at these, the program 1, as you will see later, did manage to achieve 100% this time around. It's program 2 that failed to achieve against 3 of their set targets, which is the number of people actively participating in sport, recreation, promotion campaigns. and events. I'll talk more to that later. Number of learners in the National School Sport Championships per year, and the number of learners participating at the district school sport tournaments. If we look at program 4, program 3, they failed to achieve against 2 of their set targets for quarter 3. That is the number of monitoring reports on the implementation of the social compact for social cohesion and nation building. I'll give detail later. Number of projects in the creative industry supported through the Mzansi Golden Economy. Program 4 failed to achieve against 1 target, which is the number of records digitized. Again, we will then go into detail. So, Chair, if you then allow me to go into the specifics. The specifics, as I indicated, just to save on time, I would not talk to what was achieved. As I indicated earlier on, program 1 achieved 100%. As you may recall from our quarter 2 report, the targets, as we had indicated, are the same targets, and they managed to achieve against those that were due for reporting in quarter 3. So if you go, please go on. If you go into the actuals, it would be this slide talking to those particular targets, and all of those were achieved, Chair. And there are some that were not due for reporting in quarter 3, but are only due for reporting in the quarter 4 period ending March 2023. If we go on then from program 1 and move to program 2, so that we can then give report on the performance there. This is the description of program 2. And then, as I was saying, they had 8 targets that had been set, and they then failed to achieve against 3 of those targets. And those are the 3 targets that we will then give explanation. You will note those that have been achieved, Chair, that under each and every one, especially where there is overachievement, we do provide the reasons for that deviation. Please move on. Same thing would apply to this one. Federations meeting not due for reporting. Let's go on. So I will then focus on this one. This is, as I was saying, to do with those people that are actively participating in organized sport. Our target was 90,000, and we did not achieve this target. We had 81,212 people that actively participated in sport and recreation promotions, campaigns, and events during that reporting period. The reasons here, Chair, is the high cost and the state of the economy. We found that it affected the number of people that were participating in mass-based events. Some of the provinces recorded poor attendance, especially in the December events, because of competing festive season-related activities. Also, there is the absence of adequate portfolio of evidence. In some instances, events were postponed because of one reason or the other, thus impacting negatively on the achievement of this target. What corrective action have we put in place, Chairperson? You will note that the outstanding portfolio of evidence would be submitted as of the end of quarter 4. And we are also having more mass-based events that were placed for quarter 4. And also to improve the speed and the quality of the performance evidence reviews by the program, the department has initiated a process of recruitment of contract verifiers who will be placed in the grant office within the sole responsibility of the unit. Let's move on. Again, we are showing those that have been achieved, Chairperson. I won't talk to those ones within program 2, but they are indicated in the report. I will then explain the second target that was not achieved under program 2, which is the learners in the National School Sport Championships per year. The target during this quarter was 2.5. And we got 1.567 learners that participated in the championships. The target that was not achieved due to the withdrawal of 2 provinces, that is Mpumalanga and Northern Cape. But also in addition, Northwest did not bring a full team contingent as some athletes had withdrawn. These withdrawals were caused by funding, and a review of the funding model as a result will be implemented to ensure that funds are available to enable all provinces to participate at the championships. If we then move on to the next slide, we are looking at another target that was not achieved, which is the number of learners participating at the district school sport tournaments. The target was 30,000. We were sitting at 10,889 learners at the end of that quarter. Reasons are some provinces held their district tournaments in Q2 in preparation for the summer games, which is why members would have noted the overachievement in Q2. During this quarter, which is Q3, the Department of Basic Education suspended all extramural activities due to the exam period in schools. As a result, only a few schools participated. Chairperson, there is therefore a need for future adjustment of targets for this quarter in order to accommodate the examination period. However, the annual target has already been achieved with the first and the second quarter achievement. We can then move on I won't talk to the balance of the targets here because they were either achieved or were not due for reporting. They will be reporting in Q4, and we will also report on them as part of the annual report. If we look at program 3, I have also indicated what are the sub-programs, and I will also not talk to the description, but I will zoom into the performance. This particular program had 12 targets that it needed to achieve. It failed to achieve against 2 of those set targets or performance indicators and achieved 10 of those. If we then move on, I would follow the same approach that I was using with the other programs. Though these that I'm going past are those that were either achieved or not due for reporting. The first target or performance indicator that was not achieved under program 3 is the number of monitoring reports on the implementation of social compact for social cohesion and nation building. The target there, Chair, was 1 of those reports were supposed to be submitted, monitoring reports, but there were none that we could submit on the implementation of the social compact. And the reasons here, as Chair, we are saying the achievement of this target is very much dependent on the approval of the social cohesion compact. Although the department has undertaken all the required consultations with different structures and different stakeholders, and we have also developed a draft, the completion of the compact largely rests on the buy-in of NEDLAC, both the business and the labor sector. This particular indicator, Chairperson, will not be included in the 2023-24 APP as we deal with this particular issue of the completion of the compact before we talk to the number of monitoring reports. The other target that was not achieved by program 3, is the number of projects in the creative industry that are supported through the Mzansi Golden Economy. The target here was 18. Only 7 projects in the creative industry were supported through the Mzansi Golden Economy program during this reporting period. And the reasons are the failure of beneficiaries to comply with the reporting requirements, therefore preventing the department from processing their second tranche payment. If the second tranche payment has not been paid, the projects are regarded as incomplete and hence cannot be claimed to have been achieved. The department continues to follow up with beneficiaries, and if they ultimately fail to report by the end of the financial year, we then take a legal route, which leads to the ultimate outcome of blacklisting, and that particular beneficiary becomes ineligible for future funding. This is aside from the other legal processes that we follow. These other indicators, as I said, were not due for reporting or were achieved, and I won't spend too much time on them. I'm now moving to program 4. This is the last one, which is heritage promotion and preservation. Again, it's the same sub-programs that I spoke to during the first presentation. The targets for the heritage promotion and preservation, you've moved at 6 targets, and they achieved 5 and failed to achieve 1 of those targets out of the 6. We will then explain about the 1 target that was not achieved. The others were either achieved or they were not due for reporting. The one that was not achieved is the number of records digitized. Here, Chairperson, our target was 37 trees and trial database and 22 TRC audio tapes. We did not achieve this, but we had a total records that were digitized of 311, which in fact means we were over the budget, the target. However, because of the categorization where there was 0 trees and trial database that we could digitize, this particular target was then not achieved, even though there were 311 TRC audio tapes that were digitized. The digitization of TRC audio tapes was exceeded because of the capacity created through the employment of interns on a 24-month contract. The trees and trial database could not be digitized because of the faulty machines that we are using for this, called the Acrophones. We then, as a result, this program sought the approval for the servicing and the repair of these devices, which could only be done in France, and an approval was received for that. Let us then proceed. This is the only target that was not achieved here, Chair. The others were achieved. I will then hand over to the CFO to cover the financial performance as of the end of December 2022. Thank you, Chair.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Next slide. On overall of the department, we are supposed to be sitting at around 4.9 billion, which is 78%. Then we only spent 4.6 billion, which is 73%. Then there was an under expenditure of 5%, amounting to 325 million. And then one of those items is composition of employees. Chair, I'm not going to repeat. It's also the issue of those posts that we got the internal promotion that then we can able to see the result as we fill post. Goods and services, okay, Chair, next slide. Provinces and municipalities, those are your conditional grant. We did all the transfer to the provinces in time. Next slide. And I'm not going to repeat. We can go straight to page 74, Ludwig. Thanks. Administration budget by end of December on accumulative figures, we are sitting at about 83%, and that was on administration. And then on your recreation program 2, we're sitting at 61% of the departmental. And then arts and culture program 3, we're sitting at about 76.4%. And then program 4, we're sitting at 75%. On overall of the department, we are sitting at 73%. With that under expenditure, we're supposed to be sitting at 78%, Chair. And then if you look on the other side, that is your target for the quarter, 3 months, 3 months ending by 31 December 2022. The projection there, we are supposed to spend 4.9 billion. We only spent 4.6 billion, and that is the under expenditure on the program level. Under your administration, that is a 34 million over expenditure, and that is, like I said, is based on the office accommodation the increase on rates and taxes for the municipality, which that increase never been included on the baseline by Treasury. Hence, we have that deficit in our budget. And then recreational and development, one of the reasons has already been mentioned on the non-financial performance for the fact that school could not able to get all the numbers for school to attend the sports champion. Hence, goods and services could not be spent. Also, one of the things also is your federation that could not be paid because of the non-compliance on their side. And then arts and culture, the 157 million, that under expenditure is based on the PSP condition by Treasury. And then you've got heritage side that is more or less based on the NLC part, because National Library still could not able to comply by end of December. And then additional to program 2, also part of the under expenditure is on infrastructure. Back then we only spent about 5 million, and then there was a serious under expenditure there. Next slide. Economic classification. We are supposed to have spent about 282 million in terms of the cash flow. We underspent by 24 million, which is the reason already mentioned. Goods and services, you've already mentioned that, Chair. In the nutshell, Chair, I've talked to all these items as I present the first slide. I think I can stop here. Thanks.
Thank you, CFO. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted, before we hand back to you, just to do a correction that I forgot to mention. Under quarter 3 report, this particular report, slide number 53, the one on libraries, we wanted just to indicate here that much as it doesn't change the achievement, however, we wanted to indicate that we were reporting there on the number of libraries that were actually financially supported. I thought you were going there so that I can talk to it. We're reporting on the public libraries, and we indicated that, yes, indeed, we achieved, which remains the same. However, we wanted just to indicate that instead of the 35 new libraries supported that we are indicating there, the actual performance after verification and looking at the collaborating evidence is actually 31. Chairperson, it still gives us above target. However, we wanted to make you aware of that correction. 35 corrected to 31. Additional projects that were done after verification were found to be 2 additional, not 6. Thank you, Chair. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much, Acting DG and the colleague who was your colleague, CFO. Now, honorable members, can I take this opportunity to thank this presentation, and now can we deliberate on the presentation? If I can give it to members that they must raise their hands, now is the time to do that. Okay. Aibo. Jabo, assist me.
Yes, Chairperson. It's Mr. Mhlongo, Katuzoli, Mamu Adams, Mamu Sibia, Mr. Joseph, Tatu Madlingozi, no Mamu Fentik, in that order, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Can I give it the platform to Honorable Mhlongo? To you, Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Khumalo and CFO. Chairperson, I'm concerned. We welcome the presentation. We welcome the achievement. Underachieve, it's a concern, and underexpenditure, it's a concern. But I want to put it to you, Chair, directly, that something is wrong. We cannot have quarterly report, 2 quarterly report presented in one meeting. There's no monitoring evaluation process that we are doing per quarter, because you'll get a response to say, not time to report. It will be reported next time. It's achieved. It's not yet achieved. Now, for us to do an oversight work, this makes us difficult to monitor. And I think, remember, Chair, the AG gave us a recommendation that monthly report or quarterly report must be monitored quarterly. Now we have failed to do that. They report on things that have passed September. Now they've included even the third quarter. Now it shows that we are not doing our work. Now we'll get a presentation that will say, they've achieved 86%. It's good. Honestly enough, this makes us, for me, let me speak for myself. It is making it difficult for me to do an oversight work effectively on monthly report because of the stature of the program as we've implemented, we've approved last time. For an example, I will come to the minister. Minister, I saw you. You are welcome, and we thank you for initiative. I saw you speaking of school sports, but the department even today, they don't even achieve school sports. And it's so important for us to achieve school sports activity. It's clear that it's not going anywhere. Even the previous minister promised, and I hear you, Minister, now you're speaking about what we've proposed, Wednesday Sports Day, or Wednesday Day as a school sports or activity or project. Now, in my view, I think we must make sure that we achieve, for us to achieve, especially in sports, at grassroots, this must be implemented and initiated, and all targets set, they must be achieved. And I welcome your initiative, Minister, to call for school sports, and I saw you went with SAFA and other stakeholders. But my concern is posts which are, it's another issue, Chair, posts which are budgeted for but not filled. We have vacancies in the department, but Chair?
What is going on? No, it's not me.
Oh,
I don't know this person.
There is a point of order. Okay.
I don't know. It's not me. That person must refrain to do that.
No problem, Chair. Chair, we don't want to be told Guti human resource immediately when we go for implementation of a white paper, full capacity of staff will take care of that. I think unemployment is so high, and we have budget that it's underspent for position which must be filled in the department, but it's not happening. Minister and the department, but I think, let me maybe ask, usually we have the sports awards about November, September, and I usually follow this. This time we had it last 3 weeks ago, in March, so to say. What is the reason for us to have the sports awards late? And how much did we spend for the sports awards? And usually we use community walls or centers. We went to Sun City. It was good. I was there. But for me, I wanted to know how much did we use for esports award, the total budget. And I see that it was a physical dumping much before the financial year end. You know, we note these things that they happen. Is there any possibility, maybe the department will respond, wasn't it for this a fiscal dumping? And what was the reason for that? And Chair, on the presentation on all both quarterly report, you'll see good there are deviation, there are reason, and it shows good there's a justification. We'll report it next month, we'll report it in the next quarter. It was achieved in the previous quarter, and it's an annual quarterly achieve. I think maybe I will raise it again. I've raised it before. Never target low numbers and achieve more. And we think we'll say, hallelujah, you've done well. Never target less numbers and have more achievement and heavy deviation. I think it's totally wrong. For an example, I'll go to gym as the example. The target for gym is still now not achieved. You can both the report was saying it's not yet for reporting. When are we going to get that? How far? We will wait for the year the final reporting to say it was achieved. My view, Chair, I'll propose that your 4 quarterly, you have 25 targets, and you'll achieve all of them. But for you to have a target say not time to report, you'll report it later, it shows good something is wrong. I'll go to one of this, and I'm a critic, and why I'm also critical on this is moral regeneration. We give this, it's not even our entity, it's an organization. This organization gets more money, but in the report, they don't even give the report to the department. And worst of all, they're running with one of the issues that South Africa has, EGBV. It's not achieved. 4 targets, there's no report. How much do we give MRM movement money per annum? And they came 2 years ago, Chair, I was on sports. They don't give us exactly what exactly is it. Why don't the department take that initiative than to give that money to someone who's not even reporting? This is not the first time that they don't report to us. And I'm concerned on those, Chair. And
Okay,
last one, Minister.
Yes.
Last
Okay.
one
Our
to the Minister.
Yes, yeah. Okay.
Okay, Chair. Last one to the Minister. Minister, you are aware of this in National Arts Council. We have an entity that is not working, that we've proposed it must be put under administration. This is directly to you, Minister. Mzansi Orchestra, we have a CEO who is the deputy chair of the National Arts Council. The same CEO who has a position, KwaZulu-Natal Orchestra. Minister, don't you see any conflict of interest? Can a man have several positions? Don't you see, Uguti, you cannot be a player and a referee? This is directly to you, Minister. I want to hear your view. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. The next honorable member is Honorable Zondi. You must not forget when whilst it's your right, when you ask so many questions, they must be all answered, but you must look at the time which were given to us. Please, Honorable Zondi, anyone must ask many questions as they would love to do, but you must mind about the time that the agenda is indicated about the time that we must take, let alone that we started with today, not a good note of arguing before even coming to the presentation. Honorable Zondi.
Thanks, Chair. Siyabonga kakhulu. We welcome the report. Good morning, Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, the department, and honorable members on the platform. Chair, yes, we welcome the 2 presentations for the second and third quarter. Just few questions, Chair, but before that, Chair, I just wish to thank the Honorable Minister for the launch of the sports, school sports. It's the program that we've been waiting for so long, and finally it is here. We understand, Honorable Minister, that because it was the first year, not so many districts as we anticipated that would participate, but we are hoping that in the coming year, the more district will participate massively, and it will triple the number as anticipated in the first year of school sport. In particular, the Black Townships, where crime is high. I think this will achieve a much in terms of reducing crime, rather than more than entertainment and sports development, but it will assist the government to fight crime in those areas, even in rural areas. We thank you to vigorously attend to this program. It is in our hearts as members. Chair, 3 questions that I would like to pose to the department. On program 1, second quarter report, Mashoban indicated that on the 3 targets that were not achieved, one of them is Imbizo, and she indicated that they were held, but there was inadequate portfolio of evidence. I just want her to elaborate more if they were held, because if they were held, the number of attendees and the objectives were achieved. What is it that was not adequate in terms of the portfolio of evidence? Just one that, Chair. The second one, Chair, as the financial information presented in the report by the National Treasury to the Standing Committee on Appropriations differs from the adjusted estimate on the national expenditure, which correlates with the information supplied by the department. Can the department provide insight into the drivers for over expenditure or for overspending or underspending per budget program? The last one, Chair. Can the department please indicate which sporting federations did not submit the required compliance documentation to enable the department to make transfers to these organizations by the end of the 3rd quarter?
Thank you so much, Honorable Sibiya. Sibiya. Honorable Sibiya.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Morning to everyone. Thanks for all presentations. Chair, some of the questions were touched by previous speakers, but on the issue of moral regeneration movement, as it has been raised by department, what challenges were raised that may have contributed to the delays in reporting compliance? And the other one, we safeguard boxing. Has there been any incidences of sexual abuse reported in the past 5 years? If so, what has Boxing South Africa done on that matter? And what is the current vacancy rate of employee turnover? The last one, how much is DSEC investing in women boxing in 2023 or 2024 financial year? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibiya. Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, Chairperson. I'll wait my turn. Okay.
It's you. I'm giving to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the...
Honorable members, there's no problem. Okay, you can go on, Honorable Dennis and Honorable Matlengos.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. I just would like to thank the department for the presentation. And then I would like just to also note the programs where 100% was achieved. I just would like to ask on the second quarter on 1.4 with the Imbizo's health, it appears according to the paragraph there was inadequate information why the Imbizos could not be helped. And then on the moral regeneration projects, I agree with Member Sepo about the GBV and particularly the Youth Month dialogue. This is all national issues where we need to promote the social cohesion So I would like to know why there is a lack of attention to this national issues, whether it's time management problem or planning problems, but there's obstacles there. Clarity on 4.1, Chairperson, a number of students receive heritage bursaries. I would like to know if the heritage bursaries and the language practitioners bursaries is the same. I couldn't distinguish between that two, according to the information that I have with me. And then I wanted just also to comment on the third quarter about the targets achieved, or let me rather note the targets achieved, but also want to speak on targets not achieved. And that is also, as the previous members have asked, about the learners, the National School Sports Championship and the district school sports tournaments that and I understand we had a dip, we took a dip with COVID, but it appears we are not picking up enough speed and numbers to really work on this important part of the opportunities that must come to learners in the schools. And then I think my last point, the Chairperson, I would like just to comment the targets achieved on the programs, particularly program 1. But I wanted to know if there was any, after the amalgamation of the two departments, if there was any outstanding work of that task team with regard to the office accommodation and the software installation or amalgamation of the software computer systems that had to be installed. And then the targets achieved for 1.4, and also the invoices paid within 30 days. I think one have to note that it's important that the department have achieved that because that was always a struggle in general in government. So it's good to hear that the department achieved that and that the board is fully constituted. Chairperson, but my last point will be the why there's an underachievement in the third quarter on program 2. And I think that there was a comment on corrective action in that column, which I think we need just a further explanation on. And then I wanted to ask Chairperson if the budget 3.13, that social cohesion nation building, if the department, I know they said they're going to remove that target, but I was wondering if the department could not itself identify a target, a national target, for example, arts festival or a music festival or a cultural event, and then directly invest in that, whether it's a school, maybe, for example, taking a school, issuing tickets to a school or to schools that they can participate if there's a national event in that province, because that is a target then the department can directly take directly to that event and not doesn't have to work through the federations. So I would love to support or propose that the department bring that target back, but look at a different way of implementing that target. And then the very last 4.10, program 4, Chairperson, the heritage promotion preservation, how to standardize geographical names. I just need a bit more explanation on what was included in that definition of standardization of geographical names. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. I'm sorry, Honorable Malingos, you must get in now.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. I hope I'm audible because I had to drive up a higher level because of load shedding.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. And I concur with Honorable Mhlongo that there is too much to deal with, but in one meeting. And definitely this is not rendering this portfolio committee effective when we lack oversight and doing all our actions. But it is like that. I would love to thank Minister for looking out for young, poor Black kids and make sure that their flimsy future is not flimsy this time around, but it's like bright. Monies are not used by this department chairperson effectively, and more or less we see monies returning to the treasury, and that pains, because there's so much to be done, for the change that we need to see in our land. And I won't be able to talk about the NAC problems that are still problematic, Mr. Minister. Oh, God, these are yours right now, and you have to deal with them. But we need to thank you for your initiative of dealing with the sport, and of course that the school sport, Mr. Minister, is paramount in preventing unnecessary deaths in our society. And I'm talking about this Soweto Swimming Club, which is a developmental club under the umbrella of the city of Johannesburg and the Central Gauteng Aquatics, because I don't see the department supporting it, assisting it, whatever way, and I want to know why. I mean, look, today the stats from South African Police Services indicate that the number of drowning in each year is about 1,500 kids or people, so to speak. And within that number, the majority of these occurs in people ages between 14 years of age and younger, and more on Black societies. And I think that it is time that we just went back and use this money to conscientize and teach young kids how to swim, because this death of young people because they can't swim should be looked at as a priority. Mr. Minister, thank you for being there and making sure that you are going to make a change. Hopefully it will. And thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlenkosi. Honorable Van Dijk.
Thank you, Chairperson. Due to load shedding, I will just put off my video.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation, and also welcome to the Minister. My questions are as follow. Slide 8, Program 2, on the non-achievement of the learners and National School Sport, of the learners in the National School Sport Championship, and also those at the district school sport tournaments that was not achieved due to the withdrawal of Mpumalanga and Northern Cape, and also Northwest that did not bring a full team. It was presented to us that this was caused by funding, and that the funding model will be reviewed. Can we get an update on what progress has been made in relation to the funding model to ensure that full participation of all provinces are ensured? And can this funding model be made available to the committee? And I want to ask, why were adequate funds not available to all provinces? It is really problematic. We see it very often on Facebook, and receiving us as members letters from school children and even federations that reflects on the fact that there's not enough funding for federations and for our athletes. And I think this is a serious issue that we need to address. Slide 19, the program on recreation, development and sport promotion. Almost 40% has not been achieved. And I want to ask how this will be addressed. Have the agreement or the MOA between the Department of Education and the Department of Sports ever been implemented? And if not, can the department give us reasons why And if it was implemented anyway, if they can give us a reflection on where it was and how it has been successfully implemented. Slide 48, the failure of beneficiaries to comply with reporting requirements, preventing the department from processing the second tranche payment. Can we please get the names of these beneficiaries and also how much funding each have received? I personally don't think that they can just be blacklisted. They should pay the money back. If they did not use the money for what it was intended to, then this department, that money could have been spent on entities that actually needed the money to create jobs. And so just to blacklist them, this is the public funding. We need to do better oversight over these projects that receive funding. Slide 58, the minister has granted approval for the Archeo phones to be taken to France on the 28th of February for servicing and repair. Can we just be informed on what was the manner of transport? Was it taken in person? And also, how long did the repairs take? Has it been completed? And what is the cost implication? Slide 78, the administration on the office accommodation, that where there was a variance of 139.7%. If that can just again be explained, because the report by National Treasury to the Standing Committee on Appropriations indicated that the department was advised to ensure that its budget or that it budgets adequately for office accommodation. So if they can just give more insight or clarity on that matter. Slide 83, page 22, arts and culture promotion. I just want the department to reflect on the variances with the Mzansi Golden Economy, the National Film and Video Foundation, as well as the National Arts Council. The report, the next question, the report by the National Treasury on the third quarter indicates that the department made an unscheduled transfer to the South African State Theatre due to the entity experiencing cash flow constraint. Can the department elaborate on this matter? My second last question, the MRM has also been flagged by the department as having challenges with compliance, late submission of reports, and I want to know whether out of the engagements that the department had with this MRM, if any challenges were raised and that might contribute to the delay in the reporting compliance. Then I just want to end my input by saying that I do agree with Honourable Mhlongo that there are still serious outstanding issues regarding the Mzansi Philharmonic Orchestra, and it is also indeed problematic that we, as a department or as a portfolio, or have a body like SASCOC and federations like Netball that just do not respond to questions. And I really want to urge the minister to prioritize these matters too. It cannot be that federations do not respond to questions, or that we get questions that are not, it's not really insightful. So we always need to ask questions again to make sure that we get the proper information that we're looking for. I've recently received feedback from written questions, and the department's response was that they also still awaiting SASCOC. Even the letters that I write to the department to follow up on serious issues, we do not get a response on feedback from SASCOC, and this is really a serious concern. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, the chairperson is in the meeting, but I'm not sure why she's not talking.
Jabu, let's start with our proposed chairperson, if it needs to be.
Yes, members, the committee had already nominated Mr. Zondi to chair. He had already accepted the nomination. There were no seconders. Mr. Zondi has been nominated to chair the meeting, the session in the absence of the chairperson.
Then I second on the proposal. Thank you. Let we proceed.
Khuluma Jabu.
Chairperson.
Hello.
Chairperson Dennis Joseph.
Okay, Honorable Joseph.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Apology, Chairperson. I forgot 2 questions on the financial performance. I'm not sure who must still ask questions, but for the department.
I'm the next one, please, members, please.
Yeah.
I'm the next one. Please allow me.
Yeah, sure. Chairperson, it's fine. Thank you.
Who was next on the list?
Chairperson,
before?
can I proceed? Chairperson, Honorable Adams.
Oh, it's you, Honorable Adams. You can proceed, Honorable Adams.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Joseph, you will add your question before the department responds.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Acting Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Allow me
Can
to
you
raise my
see
question.
I'm here, but I don't hear you.
There we see you now, Chairperson, only now coming up.
I've been here. I'm hearing that you are saying I'm not talking. I don't
Yes,
know.
sister.
My mic is not muted. Jabu? Jabu?
We can hear you, Chairperson. You can proceed. We can hear you, Chair. We can see you as well, Chair.
When my Honorable Madlingos was landed, I've asked that, is there any hand? And now I'm hearing Honorable Adams. She is the next one. When there's something was happening, I was saying that if there's no other member, I would love to say something. So, Honorable Adams.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity. And good morning to all the members on the platform, the Minister, Deputy Minister led by the department at work. Thanks for the presentation, Chairperson. I've only got 2 questions to raise. Allow me to raise my first question in relation to the delay spending on the PYEA in the second quarter. What percentage of the unspent funds was planned for this initiatives? And then, Chairperson, can the department provide a report on the vacancy rate? In the second quarter performance report, the legal service unit, for example, was experienced capacity challenges which had a direct impact on the department's ability to function optimally. Besides the vacant of the Director General post, which other key vacancies exist? And my last one, Chairperson, I need clarity on this one, on the public libraries. It was mentioned by Ma'am Kumalu that there were 35 new libraries. And if you have budgeted for the 35 and only 31 actually qualify, I don't know how to state it, but qualify. You also mentioned that 22, 23, 29 was supported yearly. So I need clarity, 35 and 29, 6 is left. How will they handle if they have budgeted 35 and only supported 29? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. I cannot repeat what the other members have said. I just want to emphasize to our department that I'm supposedly that I want to emphasize that in your this financial year, you must really prioritize the youth and GBV, as these two issues are national issues, even in our zone that the president emphasized. I'm suspecting all departments are supposed to give us good indications about looking at the youth program and to have programs of GBV that we must really say that this we need to emphasize on it. But also, honorable members, I want to contribute by saying that in this parliament, we are allowed to have, when we are having a program, allowed us to look at 2 quarters in a one program of the day. Is allowed by the parliament, and I'm suspecting this is not the first time that we are doing this. And if we can go to our ICAFs in the parliament, we've done it before without any problems because of the scheduling of the program. As the committee members, as a committee, we don't schedule the program. The programming is being set with the programming committee. In that programming committee, starting from the office of the speaker to all the leaders of the parliament, they do send the participants to sit in the programming, and all the hiccups and changing of the programs is not about us as people who must do oversight. We are having a programming meetings where programming whips are being set. So I want to put it down that this is not the issue that can faced by this committee, really, and this is not the first time that when a programming program, and now we can say that we are not doing oversight. We do oversight because the program it's saying that we must do ABC. Thank you so much. And now let's give to the leader of the delegation from the department, if minister, because we are left with a few minutes before you are leaving us, if you feel like as a leader of the delegation to take some questions, and the rest I'm suspecting refer them to the collective DM who's going to be with us. That's the time to do that. I'm giving the minister, I'm not taking any other hands. If there are follow-ups, I'll do so. But now I'm giving to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much to the committee, and thanks for giving us an opportunity as on behalf of the department to come and appear before you and allow us to make these presentations as invited by yourselves. The 1 or 2 issues to respond to, Chairperson. The first one is that we had engagement with the National Arts Council. They are definitely facing a number of challenges but the structure is working. I can confirm that the structure is working. But however, we've agreed because it was just a meet and greet, having identified a number of challenges that are facing the National Arts Council. It's a very critical, important structure within the sector. And I think whatever challenges are not insurmountable, we will be meeting soon with them. The only outstanding meeting is Mzansi Orchestra. They did come with Mr. Tembe, who's a member, but we decided that we can't meet with him alone. We need to meet with the entire board, and therefore I've not had a meeting with Mzansi Orchestra. I'm hoping to have that meeting in a matter of days. So I won't comment much about it, except that there has been a number of parliamentary questions about it, which we have answered. The second one, I would invite Honorable Radebe, just to send me more information about the Soweto Swimming Club, the issues we are raising. I haven't heard much about it. Maybe he can help just to share more information with me about it. I'll share with the department. I just want to thank members for their constructive engagement and criticism where appropriate. I think we're appropriate and we're well received. From Honorable Mhlongo, the oversight, Honorable Zondi, Honorable Sibiya, Dennis, Van Dijk, and Madlingo Zikhatem. We have met with SASCOC. These meetings were really meet and greet. We will be meeting with SASCOC again to further discuss the issues about transformation charter targets, about federations. Clearly, there has been progress in a number of federations. We have seen regress in some federations, and therefore we need to discuss that issue with SASCOC, and we hope that that meeting will be held soon. As you are aware, there is a number of the international and domestic events that are pulling us left and right. Hence, some of these meetings are not able to sit with speed. I must concur with Honorable Mhlongo as well as Honorable Madlingozi on the importance of school sport. Our view, and certainly my view, is that most successful sporting nations, not only sporting, but economically, they've used sport, arts, and culture as an economic driver. And I don't think as a country we've successfully exploited the endowment we have on sport, on arts and culture to really build the economy we're talking about, including economic recovery. The number of jobs that potentially can create. You can see a number of successful sporting nations. They've got a good foundation of school sport. And I think if you look at performance of our national teams generally, certainly Bafana in front, we haven't had, we would need certainly to build a very good base of school sport upon which the future national teams, which can bring sport tourism in the country, because sport tourism can only come when your national teams are performing excellent internationally and as well as continentally. So school sport addresses many other things, including the issues that Honorable Zondi was raising about issues of crime and so on. But beyond that, there's an economy of sport, which we must address. And I don't think we've exploited such an opportunity as a country. We have luminaries in sport who have flew the flag of South Africa internationally. We have not recognized them, and we have not built a strong foundation to make follow-ups. Lucas Radebe, but one of them, and so on. So we've got a platform and a footprint internationally, but school sport, therefore, will help us to make sure that we build on that foundation. The other issues really, I think, have to do with the operations of the committee. I don't comment much about them. The issues raised by Honorable Mhlongo, the second quarter and the third quarter. But I will allow and thank the committee. I would allow members of the team led by the acting DG, except to inform the committee. Indeed, it is a concern that there are a number of vacant funded posts which have not been filled. The president has had bilaterals with ministers to discuss, among others, this issue. And therefore, there is even a directive. As you all know, in the department, we don't have a director general. There's now a directive to all departments and ministers in terms of Regulation 657, which states that a funded vacant post shall be advertised within 6 months after becoming vacant and filled within 12 months after becoming vacant. Soon, we'll be advertising the post of the Director General and other relevant posts, because it is indeed now a directive from the President that you shouldn't be talking again about vacant, funded vacant posts and not filled by departments. I can assure the committee that this matter will be followed speedily. I've already interacted with the DG as well as the top management in terms of how we should move with speed. I accept that the measure that we've already raised with the department is our oversight on projects that we fund or that we support. And I think we've got to increase the oversight on those projects where we're supporting as a department, so that we're able to monitor whether they are meeting some of the objectives set out in the projects. But thanks very much, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity. And I will leave you with the capable Deputy Minister, Honorable Noncawe Mafu. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, the Honorable, the Minister.
Point of personal explanation, Chair.
What? I'm still on the platform. Who's talking now?
I apologize, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, to have this time with us and at least to have an insight of the deliberations of this committee, the committee which is taking oversight, looking an oversight upon the department. Thank you for your responses. Thank you. You are released now.
Chairperson, before you release the minister.
Okay.
Chair, I've asked the minister the question directly, one question, and I know, Minister, you've just arrived. I know you've just arrived, Minister. I know you've just arrived. But on a lighter note, Minister, I'm asking you, I know it was just a great session and everything, but what is your view on an individual having 3 positions supported by 1 department? Don't you see any conflict? The CEO, he's the chairperson of the same entity that appoints or comes with a nation Mzansi orchestra.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Now that was the question, Chair. He did not answer my question, and that question doesn't need any scientific. I need the view of the minister. Chairperson.
I did, Njombani, I did answer the question.
You did.
Will be meeting with the Mzansi Orchestra soon. We have not had an engagement with the Mzansi Orchestra.
No,
can now
Chair,
Honorable Minister and
Chair,
Honorable
the minister said
Mhlongo.
she's going to. No, Chair,
Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo.
I was still on the platform.
Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair.
Can I remind you that I've said I'm going to release Minister. Any question which are being raised to the ministry, we have Deputy Minister. And fortunately, when I wanted to chip in to you, telling you that the minister did respond on the orchestra issue, because your question is related to that. But I'm saying now, I do release you, Honorable Minister, and any other questions which are outstanding, even if they were directed to you, you are in the ministry, and Honorable Deputy Minister will respond. But fortunately, the one that Honorable Mhlongo is doing a follow-up, you did respond. I do release you, Minister, before you are doing a dialogue between the Honorable Member. Thank you so much.
Chairperson, can I raise a concern with you?
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson, point of personal explanation. Chairperson.
I can't understand, Honorable Mhlongo, whether when in other past or in another area where you are leading. You can allow when you are leading or chairing that someone must do what we are doing. I'm chairing, I'm giving the direction how the meeting must go on. So I've been asking you that you must not just speak, and if now I gave the ruling, I don't know why are you still talking? Because Honorable Mhlongo, I've said we still have time. Let's give the ministry to give responses. Follow-ups, I will take the follow-ups. We have plenty of time. I've released now the minister, and I'm not yet now in the follow-up questions. I was saying that the ministry now can respond accordingly. So I'm not taking any other question or hands. You are going to have until 3 o'clock sitting in this meeting with the ministry and the department at large. Can I give?
Chairperson, I'm allowed to raise a personal explanation. It's on the NA rule, bullet 1.26.
Can I be protected, honorable members?
Yes, you are protected.
You are protected, Chairperson. Mhlongo, behave. Yini ngawe kodwa? Hey.
Yini wena ngawe? Wena yini ngawe?
Honorable members, Honorable Mhlongo, I'll give you chance. Honorable Deputy Minister still here. The department, they are not going to go. The issues are still with us, and they will be responded to. Now I've gave the ruling that let's continue. The minister, I've released the minister, and now any intake acting DG, and then the deputy minister after acting DG, who are in that now.
Sorry, Chairperson, the ADG has indicated she's lost connection and she's trying to connect, but we can continue to respond to questions while she reconnects, Chairperson.
You can do so because she was not going to answer the questions alone, but we have got a right, DDG Khan, that anyone who was listening on the questions must and able to answer the question from the honorable members. And then if acting DG did come back, we'll give her chance, and then we'll be giving even the honorable deputy minister, and then we'll take a follow-up questions.
Not a problem. Chairperson, I would like to respond to some of the questions that have been asked. Let me start off with Mr. Mhlongo and the questions he's asked. We note the issues that he's raised around school sport and the Sports Wednesday and the grassroots sports being implemented, etc. And I think, Minister, it was a comment. But with regard to the targets, Chairperson, with regard to the school sport, I think we've indicated that 2 of the targets in Q2 were not achieved. And though the one was the issue of the number of learners participating at district level, and the other one was the number of learners in the National School Sport Championships. Now, Madam Chair, you would know that in the response, the reasons we've given was a withdrawal of Mpumalanga and Northern Cape. And in addition, Northwest did not bring in a full team. Now, when the school sport championships are rolled out, there are various age groups, and there are the number of participants is identified up front, and that is how we then set the targets. But when the provinces then come through, we cannot guarantee that they're going to come with a full contingent of participants. And hence, you know, it was only at the time of the event that we realized Northwest came to the championships without the full team, and that then compromised our targets. The other provinces, Mpumalanga and Northern Cape, had indicated that they had challenges. Madam Chair, it must be noted that we hadn't had the school sport championships for 2 years, and when we then when we started after the COVID, we started on a small scale. We had reduced our targets, and we started on a small scale. Then we had the challenge also, Madam Chair, of, you know, the Constitutional Court ruling, where we could not spend more than a certain amount of money in a short space of time. And hence we could not then meet the targets at the time, but that was in the last financial year. We've now gone back to school sport being run. We're trying to get back to the normality of life, like in every other sector. But we're also being confronted with the issues of the economy, Madam Chair, where the cost of everything that we have to deliver on is much, much higher than ever before. Transport, learners coming through to a centralized venue, like from the Northern Cape to Gauteng, from Western Cape to Gauteng, all of it costs much more. Northern Cape being a very small province with a very limited budget, to the extent that even in our conditional grant, we have to make special arrangements, a self-sacrificing mechanism between Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal from their budget that is allocated to the Northern Cape. So they always have challenges in terms of most of their programs being delivered because of the fact that firstly, their budget is small, and secondly, they have vast areas of travel between their different locations within the province. And hence, that is why they did not participate, and it compromised the targets. So that was the reason for the underachievement. With regard to the district events, Madam Chair, we indicated, yes, in the third quarter, we did not achieve the target. And that was, again, because of the fact that we've come back now from COVID. Schools now started, and some of the provinces, they set their targets for the second quarter. I mean, the national target was in the third quarter, but they set their targets for the second quarter, and they achieved those targets in the second quarter. But it compromised us as a national department because the target, there was nothing for them to report in the second quarter, in the third quarter, but they had reported in the second quarter. And if we look at the target from the first quarter, the second quarter, the third quarter, we'll realize, Madam Chair, that we actually overachieved on the annual target, which is 75,000. Our target, the annual target as it stands now without the fourth quarter report, is at about 116,000. And then with regard to the awards being, you know, historically in September, November, but now it's being held in March. Again here, Madam Chair, we didn't have the awards at the end of 2020 in November because of COVID and because of the restriction on gatherings. So at the end of 2020, so in 2021, 2022, we had the awards in March because again, there was restrictions, so we were waiting for that to ease down, and we realized we are able to have it. We had the funds for it, so we had it in March. And in March, we then awarded or recognized performance in both 2021, and we had it in March. So the cycle of having the awards was actually disrupted. And hence we had it in March again in 2022, 2023. But Madam Chair, it was it was not because of the fact that it was fiscal dumping, but we had planned for this, but the cycle had been disrupted. But in the 2023-2024 financial year, we will be having the awards in November again. And then the issue about the report for the gyms, yes, the target is set for the fourth quarter because the gyms, the contract is awarded to service provider. The service provider goes out into the communities. And it is very cumbersome for us to actually put any target on a quarterly basis, because with any infrastructure, we can never say for sure that we will achieve the target, because there are various factors that affect the construction industry. So we put the target in the fourth quarter, and I can assure you, Madam Chair, in Q4, you will note that we have achieved the target for the outdoor gyms. And then, Chairperson, the issue that was raised by Honorable Zondi around the transfers to the Sports Federation or the non-profit organizations, there were 59. Our target was 55. We have achieved 59. That 59 federations have got received transfers. At the end of Q3, many of our federations did not comply, Honorable Zondi. There were only about 8 who actually gave us all of their information and all of their documentation. Many had documents missing. They had not financed, and most of the reasons why there's late payments, Chairperson, is that the federations, they conclude their financials made by April or March of the financial year, but they only have the AGM somewhere in October, November. And the requirement is that the financial statement must be ratified at an AGM. So that is the reason why some of the transfer payments get late, because it comes, their financial statements come in, the audited financial statements are sent to us very late. But in addition to that, if there's no documents, if they don't give us audited financial statements, they don't give us their SARS documents, then we cannot, in terms of the PFMA, transfer funds to them. So I think it's easier for me to say how many received their funding by the end of the third quarter, which was 8. And then the balance got their funding in Q4. And then Mam Sabia's question around women's boxing. Madam Chair, there's this Boxing South Africa, which is the public entity. And then we also have SANABO, which is the South African National Boxing Association, which deals with amateur boxing. Now, amateur boxing is the federation that gets transfers to us, but Boxing South Africa as an entity also gets 19 million rands as a ring fence funding in our budget. Now, within professional boxing, most of the activity is aligned or assigned to the promoters in terms of their bouts, but there has been concerns about the bouts not catering for women. So what we've done, Madam Chair, is that within the conditional grant that we give to the provinces, within the club development program, we've asked every province to ring fence 350,000 rands. And that 350,000 rands is to ensure that any promoter who is given support in the province to stage a bout must ensure that there are 2 bouts for women in those bouts, and that funding is then allocated for them. In addition, Chairperson, we've also then worked with SANABO, and within the transfer payments we have given them, there is an allocation that's given to them for women's boxing. And we've also had a workshop. The DM, the Deputy Minister, led the workshop together with Boxing South Africa, where there were only women, a women's boxing workshop. And we've also then listened to all of the concerns coming out of that workshop, and worked with Boxing South Africa and SANABO to make sure that they put into action, into their plan, some of the concerns that were raised in that workshop. And then, Madam Chair, I think I've responded to the issue raised by Dennis around the provincial and the district competitions. Yes, school sport issues. And also, I think the ministers responded to the issue around the Soweto Swimming Club and the issue of drowning. Just to indicate that, yes, with Swimming South Africa, we also, there's a Learn to Swim program, but we will await the response from Honorable Mandlingosi so we can address the key issue there. And then I think to respond to Madam Van Dijk, Honorable Van Dijk, with regard to the funding. I think I've spoken about the funding issues and the learners in the National School Sport Championships. With regard to the funding model, we've started a process, Honorable Van Dijk, to look at review the whole school sport model, because obviously that's a priority for the minister. So we are reviewing the model. With the funding model, we have not started as yet. We have started towards the end of the financial year to look at the entire scope of the school sport model. With regard to the MOU between Department of Sport, Arts and Culture and Education, the Department of Basic Education, we are actually, the MOU has come to an end, and we have a new MOU which we're finalizing, but this is a more integrated MOU that takes into consideration all aspects of the department's work, where we collaborate with the Department of Education. Whether this has worked, yes, all the projects and all the initiatives that we have within our conditional grant that we give to the provinces, as well as in our school sport program, whatever responsibilities in terms of the MOU are assigned to ourselves, most of it we are implementing. The Department of Basic Education, yes, there are some challenges with the issues of physical education, but given the fact that the minister has now met with the Minister of Basic Education, we are continuing with discussions around the implementation of the areas that they must work with. The issue of school sport infrastructure is still a challenge. We have an intervention in terms of the multipurpose sports courts, and the Department of Basic Education has norms and standards within their infrastructure unit in terms of providing that infrastructure. And then with the issue of letters from school children and this, etc., about funds, Chairperson, I must indicate there will never be enough funds in sport for the entire population of South Africa who require sports development and sports programs. I think we have federations recognized, they are our recognized structures, and we work through structures. We do not fund individuals. And Chairperson, I think we must be very clear, there are many, many structures out there who are businesses who actually go out and they look at all the events that are taking place where young children participate, and then they offer, or the perception is that the child is going to get to go overseas and has been scouted, and now they will have an opportunity to play for international clubs. Most of the time, those are the young learners that come to us to ask for 50,000 Rand and 60,000 Rand. They are coming without any structure. They're coming, the federations do not know about them. They're coming, when the letterhead comes, it's on the letterhead of a travel agent that's coming to ask for assistance. So there are some very horrific stories, Madam Chair, and we quite clear that we will not support those individuals that do not come through the sports federations. So because we've seen parents now being sending their children overseas. We also at risk, Madam Chair, of having young children being trafficked and all sorts of very, very horrific things that can happen. So we do not support individuals. We would go through the federations. I think I've covered most of the questions that have been asked, Chairperson. Let me hand over to colleagues to respond to other questions. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, DDG. Any intake from your colleagues?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson. I've managed to connect again. Apologies, I lost my connection. I note that DDG Khan has covered the sports questions. DDG Chikwatamba would cover aspects on the vacancy rate, underspending on the compensation of employees, Izimbizo and MRM issues, Chair. Thank you. Over to you, DDG.
Thank you. Andisa.
Good afternoon. Trying to show my video as I am greeting. I hope it is showing on my side. It's not showing as if it's doing so. If it's not showing, apologies. Yes.
It's showing,
Okay.
Mandy.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson. Starting with the MRM, maybe let me start with the straightforward question. That was, how much are we giving them per annum? They are receiving about 4 million, actually 4 million per annum. And the broad response to the challenges, what is our analysis in terms of the challenges on our MRM? Because it looks like from the reports they are doing work. It's either they are reporting late or they are given their money late, which are the reasons why we end up having a red mark on our report. We can confirm that they are doing work because we have our monitoring system that when they are giving us the plan, because for the tranches that we give them, we base that on the plan that they would have given us. And on a reporting period, we follow their activities as they were given to us. We have an official that's just dedicated, amongst other things, to just following this plan to make sure that if they said they're going to have a workshop on this date, that workshop did happen. So from that helicopter view of monitoring, we do get to know that these activities have happened. However, it is not for us to compile their reports, and that's where we are falling short in terms of the reports. Or the program officers in MRM, they would compile the reports and submit to us because we are giving them pressure to say it's reporting time. And then we realize that the reports are not signed by the authorized authority to do so, which is the chairperson, Father Mkhatshwa. And they would cite various reasons, whether it's about his movements across the country or outside the country, which results in the reports being not signed in time. But linked to that, further analysis, as we have been engaging with them, as we have also been looking at their financials, just to make sure issues are up to scratch. I can indicate that last year, there have been something that has been picked up in terms of their financials, which resulted in their program manager, equivalent CEO, but it's called program manager, being put aside from the organization. He has been with the program for a longer time, and his removal has also contributed to the learning curve now in terms of others trying to get the rhythm right for programmatic scheduling, and as well giving us the reports, because sometimes you'd find that yes, they've done the work, but as I call it, programmatic scheduling, they do it towards the end of the quarter, and then the reports end up coming to us late. Of course, there have been instances where we even, when the reports were very late, we said, now we're not going to give you money in terms of the quarterly tranches that we give them until the reports are in time. However, that as well is one of the reasons why I think there's another report that says something about a payment stub, because now when the report is late, it means they are a confirmation in terms of claim for payment. It arrives late outside the quarter. And though it is there, but if it's outside the quarter, we can't report on that. Or if we have given a timeline to say this is when we are going to give them their tranche, and because of these delays, that timeline is not met, even if later they receive the money, then it's reported as non-achieved. But I think I can go further and say the concern about MRM is not just the committee's concern. The department has some concerns. As a result, there have been engagements with MRM. And I can indicate to say, I think even at cabinet level, there is an interest on what is happening on MRM. And I think that one, it also speaks to the shift in the concept of MRM, because now we're talking of MRM, but in the relationship as it is now with the department, MRM is with the office here in Johannesburg, led by Father Mkajwa and the department. Whereas when we're analyzing deeper to understand what is the broken chain in this arrangement of MRM, because this should have been a chain that is also interconnecting with the provinces. In some provinces, we see spots of MRM, in some we don't see. And we realize that something from the concept is not what we are currently implementing in terms of the plan of MRM. With all these challenges, we have resorted to say, let us just have a full review of MRM, which is something that we are going to be doing this year. So I think I am speaking to that in terms of just strategic issues as well as pertinent reporting issues. Finally, I can as well conclude that in general, in what I'm saying, there are institutional challenges in MRM. It's a small office arrangement of about 7 people. And that's when we went deeper to analyze now what is this MRM in relation to the spots of MRM in the provinces. We are also engaging with the provinces so that as we conduct this review and come out of this review, whatever mechanism that we come up, it's mechanism that we also have a buy-in around that mechanism with the provinces, because our interest is to see a fully functional MRM across the provinces. I think I will leave that one there. And then going to Izimbizos, where we have not met the target with the Imbizos, though it's showing that there has been an Imbizo. I think it's a shot on the foot from how we defined for reporting purposes Izimbizo, because Izimbizo are said to be outreach mechanisms where our executive authority working with the peers in the provincial level will be going out per province visited to engage with the members of the public, the citizenry. So in how this is crafted is that the engagers will be the minister and the deputy minister. So it has so occurred that in some instances, there will be a scheduled Imbizo and there will be clashes with this Imbizo and other priorities emerging now on a short notice for the diaries of either the minister or the deputy minister. And we found ourselves, I think, 2 instances where now a director general would have to be sent to that Imbizo. And for audit purposes, that was found not to be it, because the crafting of the indicator of whether this is an Imbizo or not has been that it will be a minister or deputy minister. In that instance, it happened that a director general was sent over, even if on the other side, the MEC or the district mayors would be participating in that event. So that is what is specific in relation to what is seen on the program, on the report. Talking to the current vacancy, the COE combined with the vacancy rate, I think again there I start with the big question that says, what is the vacancy rate currently? A vacancy rate is allow me to say it's drifting between 18 and 19%, because 1 month, if I'm looking at it per month within a quarter, would take an average between 18 and 19%, because 1 month we're on 18%, 1 month we're on 19%. But I can say what, again, another big question that speaks to the issue of the plan when we started the financial year coming from the previous financial year, I hope my network is still good on the other side, it's cautioning me. We were moving from a percentile spending of about 88%, 87%. And we took a resolution to say, for this plan that we are putting in place, at least we must begin to touch 90% of spending on our COE. And as we are closing our books this financial year, I can say we have touched 90%. I can as well, trying a very crisp helicopter view over a big story, indicate that on average, on a year, just to give a scope of our effort to filling our vacancies, we do not advertise less than 70 positions. 70, I'm taking a minimum, could be 75, but we do not advertise less than 70 positions. I can as well echo what has been mentioned during the presentations, that it so happened that we are coming forward as a department that was a department of two, and these two departments have their own vacancy rates. And as a collective now, we ended up starting one department with a high vacancy rate that was about 20%. And whilst we were in that situation, we could not immediately roll out the filling of vacancies because we had to spend about a year plus on a moratorium on filling of vacancies because of COVID issues. And in that space of time, people were acting, because even if once COVID and DPSA had lifted that we can start now recruiting, it was still another period of people acting in positions, which for me is something I'm putting forward to explain why our people tend to have an override amongst other candidates during interviews. They know the work of the department and they have acted, most of them, in positions just a level higher than them. So when we are advertising, they end up having that upper feather, and hence this oscillation of us filling this vacant but creating a vacancy. As I have indicated, now we are sitting at 18%. When we closed the quarter, as of the 2 quarters that we are reporting on December, we were on 19%. But since then, I can report that as a minimum, just using the quick report in front of me, that is a report as up to end of March, interviews that were lined up, not counting in what could have happened in April, as I'm still consolidating on that. About 17 positions had been filled, which means, again, we have dropped from that 19% to a lower percentage rate. Yeah, and then on NMOC, I think that's my last item. NMOC, of what was on the schedule of what was to be done on NMOC, that has been done. The offshoot from NMOC is the revision of our organizational structure now that we are one department. So we're still going through that process of organizational review that will give us now an end product, amongst other things, of our permanent structure as the department. In terms of ICT, because I read that question to be looking at the systems area, everything has been done. What could be associated with NMOC, but it's not part of NMOC, it's issues of data lines in our archives and library buildings. These were not originally of NMOC, but when we had the resources at hand, we worked out some relationships in terms of certain things that would have to move this end and that end from the new building to the other buildings. And we made a motivation that certain gaps that we had in these areas may still be funded through the funds that we had at hand that were dedicated for the project at hand. That is the only part that we have not finalized, and that we have not finalized. It's about dependencies that we have with SETA. We could have finalized by now, but the procurement process for the major part of that work, it had to be handled by SETA, and it so happened that something went wrong with that process and they had to restart that tender. Other than that, of what was core for UNMILK, we have done everything that we're supposed to do. Thank you very much. I don't know, maybe I skipped one line that relates to vacancies. I was asked a key critical posts that have not been filled. We have been responding to the critical post question in form of our senior management positions. Currently, we have 2 that are vacant, arts and social development. We are also having some discussions about that position to say how best to get what we want out of this position. And therefore, is there a need to redefine it or, yeah. Then the other one is a Director Active Nation. Other than that, I think more attention in terms of the number of posts, especially when I'm looking at the posts that have been advertised end of March, beginning of April, I could say we have paid attention as well to the spot or program 2 in terms of making sure that we capacitate that area. Of course, I can say in general, the focus has been on our core programs. Thank you, Chairperson and members.
Thank you, Mandisa.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair. We also have acting DDG HPP who would respond to the questions about the bursaries, the heritage bursaries, explain about the standardization of the geographical names question, the archaeophobes, the equipment that needed repairs and maintenance, and then also clarify on the target of public of the new libraries, the target of 35 versus 20, sorry, of 29 versus the 35 and the 31 as reported. Thank you, Chairperson. Over to you, Ivan.
Thank you, ADG, and good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members, and thank you so much for the opportunity to provide information in response to the questions raised by
Are you having a challenge
members.
of network? If you can just show your face and get out. If you have serious challenges, we'll forgive you.
Thank you, Chair. Is Chair able to see my face? Is the meeting able to see my face?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll start with the 2 questions raised by Honorable Dennis, whether the heritage bursaries and the language bursary, language practitioners bursaries are the same. No, they are not the same. The language bursaries aims to develop qualified language practitioners, targeting the development of official languages in general, but also specifically the previously marginalized languages. The heritage bursaries similarly also aims at developing qualified heritage practitioners, particularly in scarce and critical skills in the heritage sector, like forensic archaeology. We have very few forensic archaeologists in the country. When we do exhumation of remains, either in the country or outside of the country, we rely very heavily on our colleagues in missing persons task team, but they also have very limited capacity and skills in that regard. Also underwater cultural heritage. So those are the kinds of skills that we are targeting in terms of the heritage heritage bursaries. In terms of the standardization of geographical names, geographical names and their standardization arise from factors such as people giving the same name to different places, names sounding the same, or the spelling of one place name being very close to that of another. Names can also be spelled in different ways. And of course, in a multilingual country such as ours, places often have more than one name. These situations lead to either misunderstanding or confusion. And to avoid this, geographical names are standardized by authorities throughout the world. It's important to do the process of standardization to affirm a country's history and national identity, and for purposes such as trade and commerce, transportation, communications, regional and environmental planning, social services, science and technology, elections, census, tourism, disaster management, and search and rescue operations. Of course, also given our country's history, it's also important to transform the geographical naming landscape and to ensure that names that have been removed are reclaimed, but also to rename spaces to the names of our anti-colonial and anti-apartheid heroines and heroes. If I can then go to the question from Honorable Van Dijk around the archaeophones. The archaeophones was transported to France. 2 archaeophones were transported to France by 2 officials. It needed 2 officials because it's 2 archaeophones and they're quite heavy. And they were repaired over a 2-week period. And they were repaired by the manufacturer that we received the archaeophones from. And free of charge, the manufacturer offered to repair the archaeophones free of charge. The 2 officials, whilst they were in France for the 2 weeks, underwent some training with the French Audiovisual Institute. And it was planned that the repair of the archaeophones would coincide with the training that the officials would receive. If I can then go to the question around public libraries by Honorable Adams. We actually targeted 29 libraries, Chair and Honorable members in the APP. And those 29 libraries were budgeted for. And the 31 libraries that we actually achieved, the additional 2 libraries were funded from rollover funds that are managed by the provinces. Chair, I think those were the 3 areas that I noted to respond to. Thanks a lot. I hope I've covered all of the areas. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Langerfeld. DTG, acting DTG.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to recall whether there wasn't any question specifically that required a response from the CFO. Otherwise, I would also cover some of the questions that are outstanding. Just through you, Chair, CFO, did you have any specific question that you need to respond to?
Yes, ADG. Thanks, Honorable Chair. The issue was on the core drivers of our under expenditure. I'm not going to talk to COE. DDG Money has already done that. And also ADG will touch more into PSP. And then the other one is your infrastructure budget, your Sarbatman or your legacy project. We have been having a serious problem in terms of our implementing agent being Public Works, IDT. So what we have come to a conclusion as a department is that we need to establish our own PMU so that other project we can take it over from Public Works or any other implementing agent that will be doing those projects, because at the end of the day, we are sitting with under expenditure throughout the years, because if you look at the infrastructure budget, it has not been doing well for the past 2 to 3 years. Hence, the department then based on the EMT and other discussion platforms and with Treasury also, the discussion was that it will be best that we take over, because we cannot be forever saying Public Works is delaying us, but what are we doing? So there is where that resolution. Part of the things also that happened, it was that co-management, especially with those ongoing projects, because other projects, they are more or less at the 80%. So the risk there is that if you take over such a project, you may also have a problem of taking the risk related to those projects, because some of those projects, for instance, were stopped. But as you moving forward, most of the project will be run by the department in terms of the new PMU that you want to establish. And then on the issue of office accommodation, Treasury, indeed, they did say we must build in this expense within our budget, which we did disagree with them, because one of the things that we posed to them is that when they agree for Public Works to increase, they were supposed to then also think about the increase on the baseline of the department, because this does not only affect us, it affects other departments. Hence we said, for in case, if you are saying you must take money from other priorities, let's say we take money from infrastructure, a budget, then going forward, how are we going to finish that project? Because you are also just delaying the other item level also to suffer in future, because if you take money from Paul to give it to Peter, that is not the solution. But what we have been using as a model, Chair, is that come the end of between February and March, what you do, you also look at all your savings on other items, then you can able then to take that money to able to shift or via the pressure that you are having under office accommodation. And that has been done for the past 2 years, Chair. And then there was an issue of a problem in terms of state theater, financial issues. Indeed, it was not only state theater. Most of our entities did have also a problem with raise and taxes budget within what the department was giving to them. And as part of the assisting all those public entities that using the public offices for their accommodation, then we're able to reprioritize the budget and give it to them. And there was about 32, it go to until 35 million. But that is what we have given to the public entities, including the state theater, to relieve them from those financial difficulties in future. So starting from the financial year 23-24, moving forward, we've got about 34 million overall that we are giving to all our public entities to make sure that we assist them on the increase of your raise and taxes, Chair. I think that was all from my side. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to conclude then on our responses, I did lose connection for a few minutes. So I'm hoping, Chairperson, I won't be repeating some of the things that colleagues have covered already, but I checked with them also. There was a comment from the honorable member on the issue of targeting low numbers in terms of the targets against performance indicators that we put down, in the referring to the fact that there must be something wrong with our planning I think the approach that we use, Chairperson, we do take into account the previous year performance, and we try our best to use that as a baseline. However, it needs to be said, Chairperson, that there are other factors that we also have to take into account. For instance, the trends, so that we don't just look at 1 year, but we look at the trends as well, but we also look at conditions. Unfortunately for us, the last 2 years have been a bit unique. So it has been a bit of a challenge to determine the final figures in terms of looking at baseline, looking at trends, and also looking at conditions. But we do try our best to plan as according to that, and we take note of the comment from the honorable member who commented on that. Through you, Chairperson, I don't know whether there's been a comment on the issues raised with regard to Boxing SA, and we wanted to just request, Chairperson, that we be allowed to address those questions when this entity, the Boxing SA, is present tomorrow, who will be coming to do a presentation to the Portfolio Committee. There were questions on the issue of sexual abuse incidents, and also on the investment in women in the boxing space. So through you, Chair, we are requesting that when Boxing SA is here tomorrow, we then be allowed to, in their presence, address those questions. And then, Chairperson, with regard to the comment from an honorable member with regard to blacklisting, that we need to play better oversight. Indeed, the honorable member is correct. And the controls that we are looking at or we are implementing are not just looking externally in terms of just blacklisting. It's a process that we follow. We have also acknowledged the fact that obviously in discussion with our audit committee, we have acknowledged the fact that we need to tighten on our own internal controls, starting even from the MOAs that we sign, so that there is a very clear clause there that guides. We are also exploring a compulsory kind of training sessions, especially for the first-time beneficiaries, Chairperson, so that as we go into this arrangement and this agreement, there is clarity in terms of the requirements and the expectations. And I needed to also indicate, as I said, there are processes, legal processes guided by our own legal services that we follow. Blacklisting is the ultimate, Chairperson. We don't just go for blacklisting from the word go. I think also there was a question, if I got it correctly, from an honorable member. I struggled a bit there because I went back to check on slide 83 and I wasn't sure whether this was in reference to the variance with regard to PESP. But I'm hearing CFO mentioning PESP, so I will just talk to that. The issue of PESP, I think we are now on the third phase of PESP. And honorable members are aware of the challenges that we faced during the implementation of phase 1 of PESP. And we have taken those into account as lessons learned, which is why then our discussions and agreements with National Treasury was to put more stringent controls in terms of the transfers that we process to the implementing agencies. And the implementing agencies are NAC, NFVF, BASA, the National Museum, and this year, for the first time, or this financial year that just finished, it's been the National Heritage Council. So in terms of how we transferred, the projection had to change. That is why then there is that difference that you see in terms of the report on expenditure, because initially the projection was based on how we did it for phase 1 and phase 2. But upon the agreement, in terms of the controls that we were putting in place, we were only transferring to the entity upon receipt of a full report of adjudication, for instance, and a full report on those recommended as beneficiaries. for the PESP 3. So that is specifically then translated to that reflected. So instead of it being just a quarterly transfer, as we had done in the past, it was only when they submit reports, and based on those reports and the figures that are reflective, that are analyzed by both us and National Treasury, then it will be transferred. And then lastly, Chair, I wanted to also acknowledge your comment with regard to the need to prioritize youth and GBV and the aspect of GBV. And indeed, as you would see when we come and present our APP 23-24, those are the some of the priority programs that we have in our APP, Chairperson, and we have categorized it in such a way that, as you would possibly see in the report that we sent last week Friday already, categorized it in such a way that there are clear programs or interventions across all 4 programs, targeting youth, targeting women, targeting people with disabilities, and also around the issue of gender-based violence and femicide. Chairperson, the question on just lastly on school sport, on sports awards, when I rejoined, I think my colleague was responding to that, but I just wanted to add that further, there is also a written response to a parliamentary question that we received from Honorable Member Lutuli, which is question number 1130, that is part of our response to Parliament on this particular question of the sport awards, the total cost. And in this report, which I'm sure will be made available to the members, we also provide a total cost breakdown, itemized cost breakdown of the entire event. Yes, it was held at Sun City, as has been indicated. In the past, I've been in one that was at Durban ICC, for instance. So I was just adding that in case the issue of the cost that was raised by Honorable Member had not actually been addressed. Chairperson, as I conclude, I just needed to indicate that the Deputy Minister would be boarding a flight, and I do not know at this stage whether you are going to allow her. I'm not sure whether she's boarded, but I see she's still connected. Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm inside the flight, but I can conclude. Chairperson, are you allowing me?
Yes, DM.
Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you very much for the questions and of course, and the comments, that some of them were really helping to guide how the department works. And I think the officials have responded adequately to the questions, but of course there would be follow-up questions that I might not be able to be privy to, but the minister as well has responded to some of the things that the members have raised. Just to say, the concern raised around the vacant post is a serious one that I really want to put to add onto it, that the members are correct. With the high unemployment rate, it's something that we can't explain adequately, that we have 18% unemployment rate. And secondly, the issue of the sports awards, the acting DG has responded to that. And of course, the question has been signed off. The response is coming back to yourselves. Just to say, any other thing that you feel that we have not responded adequately to it, you are free to write to us so that we can give an intense response in writing. But thank you very much to members for the questions that they have raised. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, DM. We do appreciate that whilst you, Minister, having other commitments of the department, you do prioritize us. We appreciate that. Honorable members, now, are there any follow-up questions and Jabu must assist me with hands. Thank you so much to everyone who responded, but because we're still here, if there are members which want to do follow-ups, you are allowed now. Jabu, can you
Chairperson?
assist? Yes.
Yes, Chairperson. I'm not sure if Mr. Mhlongo, it's an old hand, but we also have Mr.
It
Mhlongo.
has been there, that legacy, and please ask him. I must ask that Honorable Mhlongo, this is the time for follow-ups.
It's not a legacy hands, Chairperson.
Oh,
It's not,
I've been
it's
seeing
a follow-up.
it there. I'm sorry about that, Honorable Mhlongo.
And we also have Mr. Joseph, Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Mhlongo.
Chairperson, I wonder that I did not get acting DDG Uguti the how much was spent. Uti will get the answers. I think it's, unless I did not hear that, Chair, before I continue, did I hear that will get the answers written question? Did I get that? He did not give me a figure. How much was spent?
She can respond, but
okay.
As we are saying that, she said that they do have the course, and then the is still also a question from another member. So, but she must just
I've asked that
again
question. It's
talk
not
to
answered.
you.
Yes, thanks, Chair.
She must
It's
just.
not answered. I don't need a question was asked by someone else. I've asked this question in this meeting, and I expected an answer. And Chairperson, both the minister and the deputy minister are not here. You said the deputy minister will answer my question. The question was, how does the minister feel when the CEO, who has several positions of CEOs, and I think you said the ministerial will answer, they're not here. And Chair, I'm honest, with respect, I feel that you are protecting the minister. With respect, that is my feeling, and it's a feeling, maybe it's emotional, but for an example, it's not answered that question right now. You said the deputy will fall. He's now flowing, they're flying together. Now it shows good for us. We don't have time, even the previous minister, we don't have time to interject or interact with them. For an example, the minister said she'll leave at 12, but it was 11:15, and you wanted us to close that. And I've asked you before we started the meeting that can we engage with the minister, provided 12 o'clock, it's not yet time. And it was not 12, it was 11 o'clock when I wanted the minister to respond to my question. And honestly, I feel you protect the executive, as now the question is not answered by the executive. Both the deputy did not answer, even the minister did not answer that question. I wanted to note that. Secondly, that was another second question that I'm going to ask. I'll ask the department because the minister is neither here nor there, but it's clear what is happening. In Dingilezi, I think the wellness program or project, it's out. I saw on the website now that they've given to another company named a Workforce, 18 million rand. Dingilezi was given 12 million rand. How far are we? We don't have a final closing report of Dingilezi. How many did they reach? What were the hiccups? Because it was a pilot. If it's a pilot, there must be continuity. Now there's a new company, not experience. Now I question that value for money, Chair. I need the DG to respond to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. I want to answer, the one is directed to me. My apology of you didn't understand me. I cannot protect any executive because they do have more knowledge of what is happening in the department. So there's no way that I can protect them. The only thing that I was clarifying to you is that the minister was indicating then that he's not able to answer because he didn't have chance to talk with the whole executive of the Mzansi Orchestra. The Mr. Ntembe did come just alone, and he wanted that he cannot have the fully discussion with one person. So that's the question that I was explaining. Whilst the minister wanted to explain further, and then I was saying no dialogue because I'm chairing. I can interpret what you have said, Minister. I cannot protect anyone because we're all doing oversight. And then as you are hearing me saying that, I was not aware that the Deputy Minister is going to fly also. So I'm just putting the clarification on that, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the second opportunity. I wanted just to cover one point under the financial performance. I've heard all the questions and responses relating to the vacancies. The underspent, I saw there was 24.5 million. My question is, and there's 50 positions that have been advertised, which I think is middle or senior management. My question is just, how many vacancies do we have in the department altogether that needs to be attended to? And then does this 50 vacancies represent the 24.5 million which is in the presentation, or is it just a portion of that money that is related to the 50 vacancies? And then the second point, Chairperson, the establishment of a project management unit as raised in the APP. Would like to know just what's happening there. And of course, there must be a budget for it, and just an update on that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. Jabu, do I have any other hands? If there are no other hands, can I revert back to you, Acting DG?
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe just a figure on the sport awards, the total cost of the sport awards that were held on the 25th of March. The total cost was 13.4. What I was saying about the breakdown was that there is an even more detailed response that we gave to this question. So the total cost is 13.4. On the issue of Indingilizi, yes, Indingilizi was a service provider that was appointed through a tender process for 3 years. They have concluded their contract with us. We do have a report. In fact, not just the closeout reports, they were submitting reports also on monthly basis. So we do have the specifics around the total numbers of beneficiaries and also around those that directly utilize the counseling services that can be provided for the portfolio committee if required. I would want to then correct the figure from Honorable Mhlongo. Indingilizi's tender for 3 years was 14.9, and it concluded at the end of March. Yes, the new service provider that we are in the process of signing the new 3-year contract, who won the tender through the open tender process, is Workforce, as you indicate, and their quotation is the accepted value of the quotation that we're going into agreement. It does stand at 18 million, and it's a period of 3 years, as we indicated the reports from Indingilizi in terms of the pilot project. But in addition, we have also commissioned an impact assessment, which will be done through our research unit in terms of this intervention. Chairperson, if you allow me, CFO would then respond. Oh, sorry, first of all, DDG Mandisa would respond to the issue of the number of vacancies, and then CFO will talk to the PMU. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. CFO, Mandisa and CFO.
Thanks, ATG and Chairperson. In terms of vacancies, maybe I may just start by explaining something. In the percentile rates that I gave to say we are where now, and I said as of the last report, we're at 19%, and then I spoke to the interviews that took place thereafter, saying about 17 have taken place, which now shall make me to consolidate my numbers for end of the quarter, which I'm still working on. But I think what I need to explain is that additional to this, both when we are talking vacancies, we talk our structure and posts that have been filled, permanent positions filled on the structure. So the system of us working our percentage rate in terms of vacancies is not allowing us to count as well the additional posts to the establishment or the contract positions to the establishment. So I can explain that if, for example, we did the other day a calculation that says, hey, if we were allowed to count in this, where would we be in terms of our vacancy rate? And we realized that our vacancy rate could have dropped to about 15–14%, because we could count another a number of additional posts that is about 60 or so positions on our structure. So I'm not sure, ADG, whether when I was giving the full explanation, you were still offline to avoid repeating myself, or if I'm missing something specific, I can be pointed to that. I've just now added another layer to the explanation I had given before.
The question is that you have said the 19%, they want exactly the figures that you are having. Leave the percentage, talk to the vacants. That's the question. Are you still around, Mandis?
Chairperson, I was on mute and I was just requesting if I can be given 1–2 seconds, and I quickly go to my end of March report to get the numbers.
Can we go now so long to the CFO? We'll come back to this question.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. Maybe just to add on the Honorable Dennis' question, the 24 million that was there, yes, is the amount based on the vacant post. That is the main reason why we are underspending. But of course, that money, but maybe let me leave it there. Like DDG Mandisa was saying, by the year end, we spend around 91% in the composition of employees, which means that you've got 9% under expenditure, which is an accumulative from that 24. It goes to about 32 million by the end of the financial year in the fourth quarter. And then on the issue of the PMU, Chair, the issue of the PMU, what we have agreed with Treasury is that they must offer us an opportunity to check how much is going to cost us to come up with that PMU, because it was not part of the department. As you know, that function belongs to Public Works or other implementing agent. But for the fact that it's been years and years not doing well in terms of the expenditure for our infrastructure project. Hence, we said that the only solution is when we are taking over our project so that we can able to be 100% accountable and able to intervene when the time need us to do so at that time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask if Mandis are still going to the to check the information. Can the Honorable Denise allow that that information before the end of today must be circulated? If I can propose that, honorable members, especially
Yes.
to the owner of the question.
Yes,
I'm
Chairperson, thank
seeing-
you for my side. I accept that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, whose hand is this? Jabu, whose hand is this?
I'm still seeing Mr. Joseph's hand, Chair. I'm not seeing any other
Oh,
hand
no,
here.
now it's down. Honorable members, I want now to put it to you that now this is the end of our discussion of the agenda of the today from the department. And let me take this opportunity to thank the members to do a thorough interrogations on the input from the department. And I'm suspecting we've taken all our time, which allowed us to do so. I'm thanking all the office of the ministry to come and to present this information to us. And also, as I've said, that I do thank the ministry that irrespective of the work that maybe also want them, that they must be all over. But that courtesy of coming to the committee and they telling us where they are going, I wish that we were not having meeting tomorrow. We're going to join them here in Western Cape, those who are here, and maybe those members who will be, by virtue of having their own tickets, they were supposed to fly down to be part of what is going to happen tomorrow. But honorable members, acting DG, with your encourage, can we say thank you so much? Those may be outstanding. I'm suspecting the outstanding is the one of the vacancy, the number. On behalf of the committee, thank you so much to come and make us to understand what is it that we are doing and why are you having underspending in some. We are happy that we're going to go and debate during the time of budget votes. We can now release you with pleasure.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so
very
much.
Chairperson and members. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. Bye.
Thank you, CFO. Thank you,
Thank you.
Ivan.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you to all of you. You are released on our staff of the department led by you, acting DG. Honorable members, we are doing well. If now I can ask the office who has written our draft second term program to take us through in order that we must engage in the program. I did read, and I must just, when we were doing this program with the office office where the secretariat, the other office of people who are looking at what is our outstanding and priorities, looking at the time frames that we are left with before the rise of Parliament. Maybe we can say that I can say that I'm suspecting we're left with only 8 months if we are looking maybe even in our program. Very soon we are all going to be on the ground. So when we draft this program, we're looking on those issues. Now, can you take us through Secretariat?
Afternoon, members. Yes, Chairperson. So today, Chairperson, we've already dealt with the today's program, which was the consideration of the draft. Oh, we actually got on that part, but let me just take it from tomorrow, Chair. So tomorrow, Chair, we're having Boxing South Africa and the South African Institute for Drug-Free Sport on the annual performance plan for 2022-2023 financial year. And then on Friday, we have the briefing by the Market Theatre on the 2022-2023 annual performance plan, and briefing by the Auditor General of South Africa on the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 annual performance plan. On Tuesday, we'll be meeting with the department to brief the committee on budget vote 37 and the annual performance plan for 2023-2024 financial year. And then we'll have the consideration and adoption of committee minutes. On Friday, the 5th of May, Chair, we have to consider and adopt the 2023-2024 budget vote report, which is budget vote 37. And then we'll be having a briefing by the department on the Intangible Heritage Convention, which was referred to the Portfolio Committee, Chair. And then on Tuesday, the 9th of May, there's going to be the budget vote of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, budget vote 37. On Friday, the 12th of May, there's the briefing by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture on the agreement between Republic of South Africa and Kenya on audiovisual and co-production. Also, there will also be a briefing by the department on the agreement between Republic of South Africa and the French Republic on cinematography and audiovisual co-production. On Tuesday, these were also referred to the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson. Tuesday, the 16th of May, there'll be the briefing by SASCOC and the South African Golf Association on the 2023-2024 annual performance plan, progress made on the implementation of the Transformation Charter with a focus on the upcoming 2023 Nedbank Golf Challenge. On Friday, the 19th of May, we'll also be dealing with 2 other referrals, the briefing by the department on the Nigerian Convention, and also briefing by the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture on the National Sport Amendment Bill, which was referred to the Portfolio Committee for noting. On Tuesday, there'll be a briefing by Robben Island Museum on the annual performance plan and implications of the declaration as a national heritage site. On Friday, the 26th of May, there'll be a briefing by Chair South Africa on the 2021-22 annual report, governance and other pertinent matters. This is a matter that stood over from the previous term. And then the committee will be undertaking an oversight visit to the Northern Cape as the committee had indicated. And then there will be a constituency period from the 19th to the 31st of August. Thank you, committee members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, committee members, colleagues. all what we've prioritized, most of other things which were referred to the committee, which they do have time frames. And I'm putting this to the members of the committee to interact, and maybe by talking now to it and giving the reasons why we prioritize these dates and with this information, maybe by now, honorable members, they will understand that if we have so many referrals, we've been doing well, not having written a letter saying that we refer this thing. Now it's lapses, you didn't do anything. Thank you, honorable members. Can you check for hands for me, Jabu?
Yes, Chairperson, it's Mr. Mhlongo, Mr. Madlingozi, Mr. Joseph, Ms. Van Dijk. Yes, Chair, in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Mhlongo. Maybe has got a problem. Let me
Thanks,
go to
Chairperson.
Honorable.
Thanks.
Oh,
Thanks, Chair.
okay.
I was trying to
Okay.
unmute. Apology.
Okay, no problem.
Thanks. Chair, I'm saying, firstly, my suggestion is in future, I think, Chair, Jabu, before you circulate it, send it to all different political parties whip, because the management team, it's not on the NA rule. I want to put it to you and the chairperson to tell me what rule are you using to have a program. I think consultation, it's important, and for us to have, we'll spend much time here than for you. It's better to say, how about this? And then we put items that we think that are of a priority, and then we consult, we talk to each other. For an example, SAFA was moved last time, and it's so important. They have now a Vision 2030. They didn't come in our last meeting. We didn't have that meeting. Now SAFA is a priority. Bafana is not doing well. We don't even have a local coach. Now, my view is it was in the previous program, which it did not materialize. We must prioritize it as you prioritize other issues. Another issue of importance is Sarah Batman. I think you saw today, they blame Public Works. They blame, there's now a new agreement. Now, it's so important for us to have that. I know that we are going to Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, but it's not enough for us to see it there. We must engage it now. And then when we get there, we know exactly what are we going to do. Now, that is the second suggestion. SAFA, Sarah Batman. Another issue, NAC with Mzansi, 54 million rand. AG said they need time. We need a report from AG regarding the investigation of the 54 million rand. It's a priority for us. There's a petition which was submitted. I think it was referred, even that issue. It's a referral. We must deal with it. Now, those are the issues that I wanted to raise. I think we must consider that. And another issue, I think the person, maybe you must correct me, which rule says we must have first quarter and the second quarter and discuss it, and we'll have it effective oversight. I think each and every quarter we must have a quarterly report. That is the reason. Now I'm suggesting in future, let's not pile all departmental quarterly report in a go. We don't do a diligent work today. They'll tell us, as I've stated in the meeting, no, it's not time to report. But I can put it to you, Chair, we've done it that we cannot be effective. It's difficult for us because they'll say, no, quarter four will respond to that. Now, if we deal with quarterly report per quarter as we do our plan, I think we won't go anywhere. That is another submission that I want to put to the House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Madlingozi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Chairperson, I know that the amount of work is a lot that is in our hands. But nevertheless, we have more problems that are coming out from artists who are feeling that they are on their own and they are being hard done by all people who are leading them. Record companies, everyone that is dealing with them, they feel like they are robbing them. And I think that if the chairperson can find a space into calling all these companies that are like the one that is recent now, the one that I have sent the chairperson the email, this email to the one about Capasso. Could the chairperson please consider passing the message about this Capasso thing to the relevant organizations and all those that are robbing artists at this point in time to come to Parliament and account, and especially this Capasso thing, because it sort of like shocked me that there are a lot of money that are out there that they're busy, giving each other and chowing with impunity, basically. So, chairperson, please, can we find time and we call these organizations to come and account for us? I know we have a lot of work on our hands. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mantlengosi. Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I'm supporting Member Sepo's points he raised. I just want to add that rugby came to us and they undertook to come and update and report to us. There's a lot of things happening there if one follows the newspapers, what's going on. So I'm going to suggest that we find the time at rugby also come and report. And then in particular support to SAFA, because that is the biggest sports in the country at the moment. So the biggest sports participation, it's important that we do invite them. Chairperson, that's my contribution. Thank you very much.
Honorable Dennis, Honorable Fandi.
Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. My contribution will be that I think that the netball, there's a lot of issues there, and also SASCOC. I recently was copied in a letter that the committee yourself received, and it is clear that there are really people with huge concerns regarding netball issues that has not been sorted out. There's people that had high profile jobs within netball that lost their accreditation without processes being followed, and I'm really concerned that SASCOC do not respond, netball does not respond, and I think it's important that these entities and SASCOC as a body should clear these issues, and so that all people can move forward, because it's dragging netball down. So I would really love to see the program of the 12th and the 19th. I'm not sure if we can maybe combine that on a Friday and then maybe fit in SASCOC and those people who would like to have the opportunity to come to the committee, which is also the committee for the people, to put their issues forward to maybe, or give our committee an opportunity to also hear their side. So that is what I would prefer.
Thank you, Honorable Fandi. I'm suspecting we have got a problem. We are cutting. Honorable members.
Chairperson, Mr. Zondi's hand is up, and I think Mr. Mflongo was raised again, Chair.
Honorable Zondi. Honorable Zondi.
Yes, Chair. Chair, I heard members' concerns about a number of entities that are not featured in the program. But I liked what Honorable Mantlengosi pointed out, that if the opportunity presents itself, we should feature in some, because I don't think we'll meet all of them in this space of 1.5 months that, in fact, of 2 months that we have with the oversights that we're proposing. But Chair, I think moving forward, we can have the discussion on the entities being featured in without something that is a program of the committee. I'm proposing that while the officials and you, Honorable Chairperson, are making consultation to these entities, let's adopt the program presented to us today. Thanks.
Thank you. Before the secondment of the who's calling me? Hello. Somebody saying Chair. Hello. Hello.
I was. Bengizwakala nesihlalo noma bengizwakala.
Babini abantu abathethayo khona ukuthi ngiyazwakala sihlalo benizwakala sihlalo ngikhuluma nabani?
Ukhuluma noZondi ke manje sihlalo. Bengizwakala all along ngoba bengingazwakali.
Yes, we did hear you, Comrade
Okay,
Zondi. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
There's another soft voice which was calling me. Is anyone, Jabu was calling me that you hear?
No, Chair, I think
Yes.
it was Mr. Zondi.
Chair.
I think there was an echo.
Chair.
Okay. Can I respond in there are things that I must respond before wanting a secondment of the agenda. I want to remind honorable members that we've dealt with the Mzansi, that what is NAC Mzansi, whatever, of 54 million we've dealt with as this committee. Also, I wanted to thank honorable members. That's why we do have something called draft program in order that we must do.
Chairperson, on a point of order, direct me, Chair. I'm going to direct. I'll be submitted to your leadership. You are saying we've dealt with the petition. Is it closed? The respondent did not get any letter from the committee or from the speaker that the matter is closed, because I was talking about that. You'll direct me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. My office, because they do have records, will assist me. Honorable members, I do appreciate that honorable members, we did prioritize, as you are aware, thinking that these honorable members were talking about SAFA. But because honorable members of this chop and changing of the program, as we're sitting here as this committee, there's nothing which is a secret. We did have workshop of the chairpersons. Majority of the committees and the chairpersons, they've raised this problem of chop and changing of the program. And there are those who are like our good selves who didn't take the oversight, as well lasted to go since 2021. I presented this committee, and then that's why immediately we did have approval. I was putting the more emphasized, saying that to do an oversight is not only do oversight on the legislation. We have so many things that we must go and look at it. But honorable members, when we are sitting here, we are being led from our parliament and from our political side. Let's caution these leaders who are sitting in the programming, because we did put some of entities which are not here today. For instance, your SAFA, they've apologized and they were agreed upon the date. That date we took it away because of this priority that were given by the Parliament of South Africa, saying that let's prioritize budget vote. But out of that prioritizing budget vote, we're having these which we put it up here, which were prioritized. So we were all in the same understanding that we want all these, what you mentioned, that we must prioritize. But the priorities are going to have the first priority, and second, we will do what you ask us to do, honorable members. By that, honorable members, I'm suspecting that we have taken care of what we are saying, and we will sit and jungle with the dates after these budget votes and after these agreements which are refers to us. By that, I will ask the one who's going to say something about the proposal by Honorable Zondi of adopting the program.
Chairperson.
Hello.
Chair, Honorable Mhlongo.
Okay, yes, Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, firstly, I want to put it to you that we did not deal with Mzansi Golden. We did not conclude. There was a recommendation and there's a contradiction even on the minutes that this AG must come back to us and investigate further. I was there and I'm a petitioner. I did not get any communication from your office or from the Speaker's office that this issue has been dealt and closed. Secondly, the theatre was in the previous agenda program, first quarter program, but they're back today. Why SAFA is not back today on this program? I'm just saying, what you do on your left, you must do it on your right. Theatre, there was a date allocated for Joburg Theatre, the theatre, and they did not come, all of them. I remember there was issue, and then we told them to go back. Now, SAFA must be given opportunity. And Chair, matter of importance, I've proposed consultation. I think it's one of the Batupile principle to consult. And if we not implementing just one principle out of all of them, it shows good to are not good governance. Now, Konamanje, we are part of this team, this committee. I feel, and I've proposed, and it has been seconded by Honorable Dennis, that we must be consulted. Consult leaders of other political parties within the committee and have a program, and we'll support it. Right now, we reserve our rights. In fact, we don't reserve, we object the entire program because it did not consider what we've presented to the committee. Thank you very much. I don't want to repeat myself.
Oh, note our objection. I was going to say that I want to respond, but if now you reject and there are those who are supporting, I must give the ruling, because on what that you were correcting me, we have ATC, the report of the 54 million, and I was supposedly that the speaker supposed to respond to you. But nonetheless, this is very important to consult each other, and the consultation of each other. If the secretariat, they are circulating the program in time as they've done, would love that if maybe the secretariat didn't get anything, I would love that I must have a written request to the chairperson in order that I'll reconvene these people supposed to be in the management. All what honorable members have said are taken to, but some were wishing that SAFA and the rest, which are not yet in today.
Hello?
I can't understand. I'm on the floor, but some voting is interjecting or speaking.
No,
whilst
I
I'm
apologize,
speaking.
Chair, I did not move.
But honorable members, I do respect everyone. I do respect everyone, even if I differ in a point of honorable member, but I will listen to that member. Honorable Zondi, you propose that we must adopt the program. Any seconder, whilst we have already got an objection of the program, any seconder of Honorable Zondi's proposal?
Chairperson.
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 Yes. Honorable, because I don't see hands.
Can I assist, Chairperson?
I had
I'm
my
listening.
hand up long time ago. Chair.
Yes, honorable members, I'm listening to the first voice, it was Honorable Madlingos. The second voice, it was Honorable Adams. Yes, Honorable Madlingos.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm not going to be objecting the agenda. Nevertheless, I need to hear from you, because who answered me is Honorable Zondi that that he understands my point of bringing in some of the work that we should be doing as but Chairperson never acknowledge the receipt of the email, and also you never even said anything about what I sent about CAPAS and all that.
I did.
Well, I didn't.
No, Honorable Man, let me apologize if it didn't reach you. That's why I was saying that we are noting all what you are, honorable members, bringing to this forum of us. If it didn't reach you, maybe by the mistake that I don't know, I've said we have listened and we're taking care of all the proposals that are here today.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Madlingos. Honorable Madlingos seconded the program. Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was about to second on the program. Thank you.
Honorable Adams tethered the program. I don't feel good, honorable members. You must not think when we are chairing the leaders of South Africa in the committee that we'll be having your rejection of the work that we must do because of the misunderstanding among ourselves. I must say that this is not a good work relationship, and I wish that before the end of this term, we must have an understanding and of to be a unity in this committee. It has been like that. I don't know what's going on, but we have noted what Honorable Mhlongo is saying, that they are rejecting the program, but by the procedure, the program has been adopted today. Thank you very much, honorable members. But I must say that it can be good that whilst we are leaders, if we have got some differences of putting our work together and we come to the understanding of rejecting the work that we must do together. Maybe it won't happen again. Honorable members, let's go to the last issue in the program. I'm suspecting that ATC as chairperson and the committee and secretariat will ask the office of the speaker, because of we can't have the entire hours discussing issue which referred to us by one of our own, and then when is ATC, and then now maybe that office knows how to do things. I'm suspecting they are noting a secretariat. Now we want that we come to this, the report of implementation of public protector and an AC issue. Can somebody, if it's Fiona or Solomon, present that as it has been with us, and then members we can reflect on it. If you can present it, Fiona.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members. Thank you for allowing me to present this report. It's not a very long report. I'm not sure, Chairperson, how you would like me to go through it. Should I just read it?
If members, they don't have any problem about that, that's why I was indicating that it has been long with us. If members, they want you to read it all, it's upon themselves. That's why I'm saying that present it. If the members saying that they've read the report, they must say something about it. It's upon the members. Honorable members.
Chairperson, we have Mr. Mhlongo, Mr. Madlingozi, no, Tatu Joseph stands up.
Okay. Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Madlingozi, Honorable Dennis.
I'll go to the first item, and I thought I was good saying because when you talk of us objecting, we really object because our proposal are not considered and we are not consulted. I think it's that, nothing much. We must be consulted, and they must take our initiative. For an example, even if it's ATC, when was it ATC? And this committee, personally, I'm a member of the committee, but I did not agree that this matter has been closed at 54 million. And the SAFA issue, what you do on your left, you do it on your right. In a sense, you put SAFA out, and I got your explanation, but it's still in. Now, worst of all, Chairperson, this issue, when I talk of a consultation, we cannot get an email 5 days before the meeting and not consultation. I've received this email, program. It was a draft. It didn't say suggest anything. I think in future for home procedure, tell us what to send inputs before we adopt. There was nothing like that 5 days ago when I received this email to say send something. And now I'm saying in future, if the consultation can be clear, to say we consult all political leaders, and I put it to you, did not respond. The management team, what composes of? I don't get a response. And I always ask, which rule are you using to have a management team? There's no answer. Let me go to the actual item, if you allow me, Chair, or you want to respond to my put. As must I go to the presented item by Fiona?
Honorable Mhlongo.
Sure.
I was in this item. I was not aware that you still want to open what we've closed. I'm suspecting we are the best to know the procedures. So on this point of where Fiona was saying that you must present, we are on that upon on the agenda.
Chair, I'll speak after Honor. Can you allow me to speak after Honorable Dennis? Thank you very much.
Honorable Madlengozi.
Oh, Chair, it's an old hand, sorry.
Come again.
It was an old hand, Chair, sorry.
Okay. Honorable Dennis.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have a few comments to make about this report. In the content. First of all, Chairperson, I think, and I've read through the report, and I think we may have to consider getting a legal opinion, because the report speaks about a consideration of giving Sarah an opportunity to present to this, to do a presentation to this committee. And in the same report, that was a recommendation, under recommendation, what I said now. And then in conclusion, the report says that the matter is closed. The last paragraph in conclusion said the matter is closed. So there is a bit of a contradiction in the report that we need to note. But I think my point is that we shouldn't adopt this report today and get a legal opinion. And the reason for this is if we do allow Sarah to come and do a presentation, what will the purpose of it be? What will the outcome of it be? What will the expectations of it be? As I said in the previous meeting, this committee is not the adjudicator or a judge on the complaint, or even the facilitator. There were other stakeholders dealing with this matter of the complainant, and we have been received a direction from the Speaker's office, I think, to deal with this matter. So that's my view, Chairperson, that we should seriously consider getting an opinion as to the mandate, what is within the mandate of this committee now that we have seen the report, and as the Public Protector have indicated that all remedial actions was implemented. We should then ask what other role is there for this committee to play, and we should not create an unreasonable expectation from the complainant or from ourselves, creating by ourselves, by engaging further into this report. So, Chairperson, that's my view. There were ongoing engagement with all the stakeholders, as I've read, and in fact there was an agreement as to what the charter should be. And then the report also says that that the PPSA on point 6 noted that it is satisfied with remedial action relating to the charges. So I'm a little bit uncertain as to why there's a contradiction in this report, if I understand it correctly. But that's my opinion and my recommendation, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis. Honorable Mhlongo.
Oh.
Chair, maybe we can get the Chair.
Hello.
You said Honorable Mhlongo. Can I come in? Or
yes, you have said we want to speak after Honorable Dennis. You said so.
Chair, yes. I want to concur with Honorable Dennis, and I want to put it to this committee that there's a precedence that we've created. We are not judges, we are just mediators. When we mediate, we give two parties. This party says everything has been concluded. The other party just sent an email immediately after our meeting last time that issues are not concluded. Now, we wouldn't want to see ourselves, because he sometimes labels us as all of the committee members did not do this. Now, we don't want to be part of this engagement of exchanges of email, but the complainant has raised issues, but the other party says, no, everything is fine, but the complainant is not here to present for himself to say issues are not implemented. Now, in our views, Chairperson, can we get a legal expert? Because when you check, there must, maybe, I think it needs a legal guidance. We are taking it to our legal team, but we'll ask this committee to take it to we have a legal team in Parliament for the committee to have that. Now, can we hold this item and have a legal fundi, or unless Fiona has that legal background, and he will tell us, because we don't want to see ourselves later will be subjected to a court issue. Sarah take the whole committee, the speaker, everybody to court. We don't want that. Now we need a legal view on this matter. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Mahlengos.
Thank you, Chairperson. I was in the view that Fiona was still going to be reading this report. Yes, I read the report, and it's not reflecting exactly what happened, you know, especially with the Sarah and all that. So I was really I'm on the view that we cannot accept, you know, the report as a true reflection of how things went, and we don't actually agree with it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlengos. Honorable Malomana, Honorable Sondi.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greeting. Let me first apologize. You know, network has dealt with me today. I don't feel good actually in participating, but because a lot of issues have been done. But what I wanted to come in on, Chair, is that on this issue, you know, the mandate of the public protector is that if there is anything that any person feels that there is a maladministration or any wrongdoing in the issues or in the funds of the public, he can lodge or anything so that the public protector can investigate and do whatsoever. But on this matter, the public protector on our committee has reported that they've closed the case. And it seems as if the public protector has closed the case, it means that even the complainant has received a report from the public protector to say that the case is closed. So my view is that we cannot open another thing or any other debate because the case, it was closed. My view is also that if we're saying as a committee that we want Sarah to come and present to us, what are we saying? What are we going to conclude on? Because we are not judges. We are not going to open a court in our committee. My view, it will be that let's agree on the recommendation that we submit the report, but on the issue of Sarah, of coming to the committee to present it to us, while the public protector has concluded on the matter, I don't think it will be good. That will be my view, Chair, that I support the report, but on the issue of Sarah to come and present on us as a committee, I don't want that so that we can deal with that issue. I think it will be contradiction. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maloman. Honorable Sondi.
Yes, Chair. I think Honorable Madlengozi started where I wanted to start. Why are you allowing members to comment on the presentation that you, as the chairperson, has ordered the meeting to listen to the presentation by Fiona? And thereafter, if they interact with the presentation that was not presented, that has not yet presented, you entertain as chair. Sizongicwengula sekushoniseleni nale ngoba sifuna sifisa ukuthi kufike kwi-conclusion engakapresentwa kuthini. But having said that, Chair, because you have allowed us to talk and we will talk, The two offices, Chair, in the last meeting we indicated, the two offices, the AG and the Public Protector, made a conclusive a presentation in the last meeting that they've in their investigation, they have closed the investigation on the matters that were raised, and that the complainant, they've sent the response to the complainant, and that is why they came to the committee to present their findings. If we are saying we want to take the matter to further the matter to a legal team, on what basis, Chair? What is it that we still want to investigate? I asked the question on that meeting. I'm asking it now. What is it that we still want to be investigated? Because the Public Protector and Auditor General said they have completed the investigation and they closed the matter. And that is why we supported the issue of the matter to be closed, because these offices that the complainant sent their grievances closed the matter. And what do we want to further consult the legal matter on it? So I support Honorable Malomane to say, we close the matter, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zondi. Honorable Sibia.
And thanks,
Honorable.
Chairperson.
Okay.
Thanks, Chairperson. I don't know what are we debating, because the matter, as the honorable members have said, that the matter has been closed, the investigation was closed. So now I don't know whether I heard it correctly that some of our members, they don't support this report because of the implementation of other issues. I don't know if there is no implementation, so we mustn't, does it mean we mustn't support the report? Because we're supposed to say, okay, there is a report, but outstanding matters are 1, 2, 3, 4. Not to say we are not supporting it at all. Hey, thanks, Chairperson. I don't know. We are going forward and backwards. Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I'm talking as individual, as a member of the committee.
Chairperson?
Hello? Hello?
Chairperson, my hand was also up on the issue.
Oh, okay. I'm very sorry, Honorable Van Dijk.
No, Chair, I can understand it's difficult with the phone. Chair, I also just want to support what my colleague said. My concern is that we created the perception in the beginning that SARA will also be allowed to present. And then and that didn't happen. So my concern is just that when the Gabaudo, as well as the big reports, was not in favor of the surplus fund. And there was nowhere in the remedial action of the Public Protector. It said that another fund or policy must be created. So I have concerns regarding that. And maybe from my side, I would also support that we just get legal legal reflection on that, because in the past, SARA already won the legal battle, as far as that it was taken to the Public Protector, who did not agree with the surplus policy fund. So to just rename it, what is the difference between the policies exactly? And is it not still open for abuse in the future? So I would like to support my colleagues on this one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. I want to contribute. In our last meeting, that meeting was recorded. There's no one who said we didn't agree in the first and foremost to invite the complainant. We've said the complainant put this that he is not happy, and we wanted those first entities which were involved in this, and then we called them in one meeting, and all the questions were responded by firstly NAC, secondly by the public protector. There's no way that we are doubting what we've discussed on that day. Fortunately, we were not only a committee members who was in that meeting. The meeting was recorded. Out of the meeting, in my closing remarks, we've said we did get more info in this issue because we didn't call the meeting because we just for funny. We wanted to get to the gist of what is it, and when NAC put it, which initially we were aware what is going on, but if now there were also every now and then emails wanting that this thing is not yet closed, and then the very people who were given remedial to the people who are being accused of what they've done to the member who was complaining. We discussed, we took time, and in my closing remarks, I've said we are thanking that justice today has been done, and we are going to take this report to the speaker, and then if there are any legal advices, I don't know what are they going to advise to us as a committee, because the very same NAC and the public protector, they gave us the same understanding of what they've done. And the public protector said, we wrote to speaker, we wrote to the presidency, and then the matter was closed. And when we called them, we were opening the matter. They've again told us the matter is closed. Initially, I didn't want to talk, but I'm not going not to talk, being accused that maybe we do get something from NAC. This present NAC, they did come in the present committee. The 2016, those who were involved in this problem, we were not there. So and anyway, no one can influence some of us by doing wrong things to other public people who are presenting. So honorable members, I'm saying that let's take this. I'm supporting those who are saying let's revert back the discussion and the conclusion of the discussion, and by especially those who wanted the information, let's take the report back to speaker. I'm supporting that. And now we are opening this thing as if now it was that day that we discussed. I can't understand, but why are we doing that? And if now I'm just saying that this thing we've done about it, I'm suspecting to say, can be correct saying that, honorable members, let's take the entire discussion of the last meeting back to the speaker, because on the ending of the public protector was we've seen immediately after that we've closed the meeting with the understanding that the emails even today are still up and down. Honorable members, maybe some of us can be accused, but we have been patiently taking all views of honorable members. I'm proposing that this report must refer to the speaker. Thus, I'm adding to those who are saying that please allow the chairperson to take your report to the speaker. Honorable Madlingos, Honorable Zondi, you said I opened. Honorable members, when I've said to the members, do you want that this report must be read again, and I'll allow you, or if you want just to get to the discussion because the report has been with you. No one objected when those members starting to discuss the report because there were options on the floor. So I'm not sure sometimes whether when members things are suiting themselves, you were supposed to be very onset objecting to the discussion, and then you say, no, this honorable member, he or she is out of order. Let's read the report. So that's my understanding. And I'm proposing that now we must take the report to the speaker.
Chairperson?
Oh, I'm very sorry. I wish that my iPad must arrived. There's somebody calling chairperson. Jabu, please just walk out, Jabu, when somebody is on the floor.
It's Mr. Mhlongo, Chair, calling you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Jabu. Sorry about that, Jabu.
Chairperson, my hand is also up. Dennis Joseph, sorry to interrupt. My hand is
Chair.
up.
Yes, Honorable Mhlongo.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think maybe your memory doesn't serve you well. I've raised it in our last meeting when we discussed with the public protector that not all remedial action have been implemented. And I've raised the issue. There was a review on the report and the NAC opened it and neglected it. In other words, they went for review and they withdrew. The first 2016, I was there. They withdrew with the old CEO, who resigned. Now, we've asked them in the previous meeting that why did you do that? That they say that the council, they cannot account for the previous council. This is the new council members. Now, I've raised it that we must give all parties involved in this issue. We only gave NAC, we only gave public protector, we did not give SARA. Now, in my view, there's no justice, and we need this report to be reviewed. And last issue before I conclude, after you take my proposal, can Fiona echo or comment on what we've asked? For an example, if she has any comment, not to read, but just comment on the question we've asked. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dennis.
Chairperson, thank you for the second opportunity. I've made my point. So all I was trying to say, I think I wanted the members just to understand that the committee is making a recommendation that it may consider a presentation, and then the same committee is saying the matter must be closed. That is all I was trying to say in the beginning. It's a bit of a contradiction. But what I want to say now, Chairperson, I would like to propose that the following, my statement be included in the report, Chairperson. That the committee notes while we're paying attention to this complaint, or despite paying attention to this complaint, that the committee is receiving ongoing false allegations and insults from Freddie. I think we must note it, and I think we must also express our disgust towards. We are here to serve the public, but it doesn't mean the public must abuse us and make false allegations against us as the committee, because we are dealing with this matter. And we are not adjudicators to say who's right and wrong. That is not our job. So I feel that it should be included in the report to the speaker, that there's ongoing insults, and in fact that the speaker must try to ask the gentleman or the organization to stop this false allegations and insults against us, all of us as individual members. Thank you,
Chairperson. Sorry. Can I please raise this point of order here? I don't think it is correct for the Honorable Dennis to say that we are being abused. We are not abused. We are watching a person not disregarded. We are watching a person not replied to. And I don't think it is being, there's no abuse going on.
Honorable Majingos.
And I don't agree with that one, Chairperson.
Honorable Majingos.
But now, Honorable Dennis is talking for us.
Honorable Majingos.
I don't believe in
Honorable Majingos. Honorable Majingos.
Chairperson.
I'm suspecting that every member of this committee, he or she is putting his or her view. So
no, but,
you must put, oh God, you must, I'm directing the meeting, you must put the view. If you are saying that you don't agree with the Honorable Dennis, because I'm still.
Thank you.
Okay, noted. Honorable members, I'm not yet sure whether Ufione, as a content advisor of the committee, want to close by saying that this is the report, but also she was writing a report out of the discussions, not out of her views as content advisor. And honorable members, you know what Honorable Dennis is raising. The only thing that I can support that the legal advice, the legal advisor must advise us is all those accusations. First and foremost, so many emails saying that we seemingly, firstly it was Chairperson benefiting to these people whom I don't know, but I didn't even respond to himself. And now the other emails is saying that members of the committee. It's a fact, we've got emails. Honorable Dennis is not talking gossip. It's a fact. And I didn't want to take the route of wanting to say that I'm complaining. Some people, when they have a lot of money to go to court, it was a serious allegation. I didn't take that because I was 100% that I'm innocent. I'm just doing my work. So there's nothing wrong that Honorable Dennis, every now and then now, he wrote some emails implicating now the members of committee. And that, honorable members, we must be aware of that. And now I'm saying that Honorable Dennis, you touched on something that before even we have called all the other parties, the public protector, whoever, I was already having those allegations to myself, but I took them very lightly because I was knowing that I've got nothing to do about this thing. So, honorable members, I'm proposing that what Comrade Dennis is saying, let's adopt with all the report and inserting this of what he is proposing. And I'm proposing, with due respect, that let's send the report to the speaker in order those who have monies to challenge legally, they must take everything, taking public protector, taking NAC, taking department, maybe even the committee. Let's submit the report to the speaker. We've done our work and we are patiently giving everyone to say something, but to be always accused of taking the I don't know whether this, how much was that money that was taken that they can even share with some of individuals. I didn't want to say that it's not only members of this committee who are getting some things. In that meeting, I must say it out of the chairperson's meeting, even the chairperson of SCOPA, he did come to me aside the meeting saying, Chairperson, you know, we once had serious problems that when you have engaged with this member, but every now and then is coming back. The another member who did come to me is the member of appropriation committee, saying that, Chairperson, why now that we've seen, we've listened in your deliberations as the committee, that you are still continuing, even if now the public protector was present in the meeting. I'm saying we've done justice. We do feel with any member of public who are not dealt with these boards and with every council, we cannot take it. But with Mr. Nyatela, we took it with passionate, the problem that he is facing. And we went all out that we want it must be solved. Now we are taking back to the speaker. If it comes that the speaker and that office has got legal advices which are advising us, our good selves, they will deal with the report which now we are going to present to them today. Thank you, honorable members. It's so hurting, this thing, because we are being accused of something that we don't even feature on assisting them to do wrong things to any person of South Africa that we must protect. But we've done what we are supposed to do, honorable members. As members, they've supported let's put the last part of what is being proposed, and then let's send the report to the speaker. If the speaker and legal advisors, they want to advise us, otherwise they must advise us upon that report that was sending it to themselves.
Chairperson, it's Jabu here, Chair.
Can those who adopted the report indicate whether you support the last inclusion on the report by Honorable Dennis, which as individual I did support. So I wanted that support. There's somebody who's calling me.
It was me, Chairperson.
Yes.
It was me, Chair. I was trying to alert you to the hands, Chair. We've got Mamu van Dijk, Mr. Joseph, Mr. Mhlongo, Mamu Malumani, Chair, whose hands are up.
But Jabu, my hand was up long time ago. Those people are repeating. Please.
What are you saying, Honorable Maluman?
Those people, imagine.
Oh, those honorable members.
Those people.
What are you talking about, Honorable Maluman?
No, Chair, I wanted to say, let's conclude on the matter. As you've concluded, I'm supporting that we put what Honorable Joseph has said about the issue that you mentioned, Chair. Thank you. As we conclude, I'm supporting, Chair, and so that we can conclude on the matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maloman. Honorable members, we need to be our good selves. I don't know this issue that it doesn't want to be concluded.
You have two chairs, Chair.
Is Honorable Mhlongo.
Honorable Zondi.
Honorable
After
Zondi.
After it's Mr. Mhlongo and then Mr. Zondi, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, the report is not a true reflection of what we've discussed. We've raised issues that SARA must be invited unless it's put there, and then we'll take it from there. But it's not there that we said SARA must be invited, and not all public protectors remedial action plan have been implemented. It's not there. Now we took only one side, we didn't take another side. Now on that note, because of legal implication, we're not going to support this report. Note our objection on the entire report. Even when you send it to the speaker, we reject the report. Thank you. I've asked Fiona the opportunity to speak. You did not ask because before we raised, because I thought you'll ask Fiona. I've asked you several times to say, can you give Fiona to respond on our issues? And she's not responding. And we don't want to be called those people. Let's close this matter. We are not those people. But nonetheless, we object the report on behalf of the DA. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mhlongo, we have got a point. Honorable Malomane did apologize because I was even asking, what are you saying? So that one, it must be recorded that Honorable Malomane apologize about that language. Honorable Zondi.
Chair, I thought many members have met their mark. The whole report, Chair, I just wanted to say that the whole report, as it is indicating that is the true reflection of what we discussed. The issue of SARA being invited in the committee was defeated, and now it will be defeated even now. There is nothing SARA is going to say that it did not say to the Auditor General and Public Protector, which they concluded those findings. So there is nothing we can listen to SARA, new things that they did not raise to Public Protector.
We can't have honorable members saying whatever Honorable Zondi is saying. Whatever, this report is not the true reflection. SARA was never called.
Honorable Mhlongo, where did you get this thing of just speaking whilst other members are speaking? You started when I was speaking. Now again, Honorable Zondi is on the platform. You just react when any member is not supporting your view. Why are you doing this, Honorable Mhlongo? What went wrong with you that you just disrespect other members' view? No, this is not good, Honorable Mhlongo. This is the second time that I'm correcting you. You're just reactive when you are hearing somebody is not talking what you want to hear. This is not the way of handling each other in this committee. We do respect you. We wait and say whatever you want to say. And then another member will come saying that he's not supporting what we are doing. But every now and then we are just jumping. Why? What went wrong to you that you just disrespect other members, Honorable Mhlongo?
Chairperson, I'm sorry, I am not disrespecting any other member.
No. This is,
I apologize.
This is third time I'm correcting you.
Chairperson, what I'm saying
the way of rejecting view of another member.
Member saying that we is talking about us, that Sarah will never win. When it comes to this, we in this committee, we are one, Chairperson. We are not, unless you say we are separated in this committee. So I cannot talk and say in this committee, anyone can come say, he will never win, they will never win. Whom am I representing, Chairperson?
I didn't give you the platform to talk.
Anyone here. Thank you.
Honorable Masingos, you think that we have privileges more than other members. Just now we are continuing. But if you are a decent member, you were supposed to wait and then talk, or you're supposed to sing that objection, not just get in and talk and reject the view of another member. There are procedures in any meeting. It's either in parliament, it's either in your political party as deputy, as Honorable Matlingos. You can't just do that, Honorable Matlingos. What? Why now are you behaving like the way that you are behaving? Just having latitude of getting in and taking the points. No. Honorable, who's this? Honorable Zondi, you were on the platform, but you must be aware that Honorable Mhlongo has rejected the entire report. So let's focus on accepting or on rejecting the report, please.
Minister,
Honorable Zondi.
Yes, Salo, I said, Salo, I support the whole report. That is what in fact, I was supporting Honorable Maluman. Thanks.
Okay.
Mama will support also, Chairperson.
Honorable Mama Bull?
Yeah, I support the report. I won't mention any party, unlike saying DA rejects. I won't say the ANC support, but I will say I, Mama Bolo, support the report.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mama Bull. Yes, Honorable Mhlongo.
Chair, I'm allowed to say the DA, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the ANC. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, Honorable Van Dijk. I've said that it's clear. It's not me, I. On behalf of the DA, we object, we reject the report. Thank you.
No, thank you. You didn't say that initially. That's why Honorable Dennis' hand was still up. Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. We do hear now when you're saying that. Honorable members, hello.
Ms. Sibia's, Mambo Sibia's hand is up, no, Mamo Rachel Adams.
Honorable Sibia, Honorable Adams.
Thanks, Chairperson. I support the report as it is. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm in support with my other colleagues from the ANC. I'm in support for the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. Jabu, do we have any other hands?
No, Chair, there were no other hands, Chair.
Honorable members, the report has been supported, noting the objection of the DA. Thank you, honorable members. Do we still have time to deal with the minutes?
Yes, Chairperson, we do.
Can you present the minutes?
Yes, Chairperson.
Apology, Chair. Can I be excused? I'm going for another meeting. Please note my apology. Apologize.
Thank you,
Honorable. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. By indication, you are excused.
I've
you
highlighted
must-
the minutes, Chair.
Yes, I've seen them. Go up. The minutes of, what is the day?
The 10th of March, Chair.
The
10 March.
Minutes of 10. Come again?
10 March, Chair.
Yes, yes, I do hear you. Honorable members, these are minutes of 10th March. Yes.
Yes, Chair. Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Zondi.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ukuthi uyangizwa. I propose that we adopt the minute on the 10th of March. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zondi. Any seconder?
Honorable Adams.
Honorable Adams, what are you saying?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I move for to second on the proposal of adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. The minutes have been adopted and they are in order. I'm sorry about this noise is coming back off the electricity in this office, which I'm sitting. Very sorry to disturb you, honorable members. Jabu?
Yes, Chair. I'm flighting the 17th of March, Chair.
Yes. Honorable members, these are minutes of 17th of March.
Chairperson, Dennis here. I speak, Chairperson?
Hello?
Dennis here, may I speak, Chairperson?
Yeah, yes, Honorable Dennis.
Chairperson, I've read the minutes and I move for adoption of the minutes.
The minutes have been read and Honorable Dennis moving. Honorable members.
Seconded Chair, Honorable Zondi.
Okay, anyone who's against? Okay, whose hand is this?
We've got Honorable Adams and Mamusbia, Chairperson, but it's Honorable Mamusbia now left, Chair.
Honorable Adams, Honorable Sbia.
Chairperson, I was about to second on the proposal of Honorable Joseph. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm also seconding the adoption of the minutes. Thanks.
I thank you. Jabu?
Yes, Chairperson.
We've finished the agenda of today.
Yes, Chairperson, we have.
Can I take this opportunity to thank those members when the issues which they can divide us, but always still behave like honorable members. I'm noticing maybe honorable members, when we're going to election, I know I've been in parliament, sometimes we do have that fever of going to elections. And I'm pleaded that even if it's outside this meeting, we are members, we are leaders, we must talk to each other. When we're in a meeting, there are procedures and we need to respect each other. There's no one who's bigger than another one. Even the chairperson, I'm a human being. I can have errors when I'm chairing, but I would love that honorable members, they were saying, chairperson, no, you are wrong here. And I will be saying that, thank you for that, honorable. But in the manner that we are all adults, we can respect each other. We can differ. And when we are differing, we must accept differences being leaders in a meeting, but not do as what other members are doing in this committee, not all of you. You know, I can differ with a member, but I must put the facts than to reduce another member to nonentic. It's not on. It's not on. We must not disrespect each other, and everyone has got a right to differ with, because we are human beings. Before we are becoming a member of political parties, we are being members and we are being leaders. If you are a leader, you must treat each leader the way that you want to be treated. I'm appealing, and I'm appealing that every now and then, if there's a member that is disrespecting each member, we must always caution that member, even if it's not chairperson. There are things that we can do. A point of order when a member is doing wrong thing. Even I do accept when honorable members saying that you are out of order, chairperson, and I've just stopped and listened. What is it that I've done? So I'm pleading with you, honorable members. There are sometimes members who constantly disrespecting each other in this committee. Please, honorable members, on that note, I'm thanking all of you, your patience, your contribution, and it must not always thinking that you will be seeing eye to eye. Now the meeting is closed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colleagues, nice afternoon to all, and thank you to the admin
Thank you,
staff.
Mbogodo, thank you.
Bye all.
Bye, honorable members. Thank you so much.
Bye, Chairperson. Look after yourself. Look after yourself, Chairperson.
No, I will.